Switzerland.
The countryside must be nice.
Hello, it's the 5th day of the WeAreDevelopers Live Week number 2. Day number 5, as you can see, my screen already gave up. Actually, that's not true. That's something a colleague of mine did. So we have a giant program and we have a poll running right now about how much of importance is there in diversity at your workplace. It's obviously important. So to add something to this, I wanna introduce you to the speaker. No, not yet. You are too fast. First, you have to see the code of conduct of WeAreDevelopers. Short version, get something to drink and behave.
Well, hello everyone. I hope that you're having a great day. I am here today to kick off the first session, and here with me is Melissa McGregor, who will talk about how to secure your web application pipelines from intruder. So we will quickly see what are the challenges and risks of not taking care of security when you're building or updating your CI/CD pipeline. And I hope that we learn a lot today. So with that, I will give it to Melissa to start over.
All right, let me share my screen. Okay, I think we're good to go. Oh, not that fast though. So, hi everybody. My name is Melisha McGregor, and I'm a developer advocate at Conducto, where we make really cool CI/CD tools that don't use YAML. So you can follow me around the internet on Twitter at Flipped Coding. But today I want to talk to you about securing your web application pipeline from intruders. So I'm sure we've all heard about the crazy data breaches and DDoS attacks that have been happening over the past few years, maybe past few months since it's 2020. But I want to maybe help you get some ideas, learn about some tools on how you can prevent this from happening to your application. So before I start any talk, I like to give you an overview of what we'll be talking about so that you can know when you can kind of tune in and tune out. So the first thing we'll talk about will be some of the common best practices in CI/CD. It's important that you're following those first before you start adding more layers and complexity to it. Then we'll talk about why security in CI/CD gets overlooked so often. And honestly, once you see the reasons, you'll probably kind of like, yep, that sounds about right. Then we'll talk about how intruders work. So we'll get to look behind the mask of a hacker and see what they do to get access to our applications and databases. Then we'll talk about some of the things that you can do to prevent them from attacking your system. And I always like to see code examples when I'm learning new tools or new topics. So there will be an example of 3 different CI/CD pipelines so that maybe it'll make more sense when you see it at work. And then lastly, we'll just end with a few key takeaways and some things that I really hope you get out of today. But first, I want to apologize. It's kind of early in the morning here, so if I seem a little foggy, that's probably why. But let's just jump into some common best practices. The first thing you want to do is keep your build sizes small. And the main reason for that is because we need to make sure that our CI/CD builds run really fast, or at least as fast as possible, because the whole point of implementing DevOps and building these pipelines is to make sure that we can get our code to production as quickly and consistently and reliably as possible. So you can't deploy 3 different changes in a day if it takes 10 hours to run a build. That's why we keep the builds small so that they just get through the process faster and we can get our code changes out the door. Another thing that you really want to make sure of is that your pipeline is the only way to deploy changes to production. I know a lot of companies still have some manual processes where you can just push changes to production directly from your local machine, but that leads to a lot more issues later on because you don't have that same history of who pushed changes and what changes were pushed and when. That's the important part of having this pipeline in place, is to keep track of these changes that go out. And remember, it's not so you can blame people when mistakes happen. It's just so that you can know exactly how to fix them when they do. And as much as possible, keep any pre-production environments in parity with prod. And all that means is use some data that's similar to prod. Maybe you can get the prod database and obfuscate it so that there's no sensitive data just being handled by developers. But the main things you want to make sure of are that your configs are the same. So you want to be using the same third-party services, even if you sign up for free accounts on staging or your QA environments. But you want to keep these environments as similar to production as possible because these are your test beds. If the environment that you're testing in doesn't reflect the environment that customers will be working in, then your tests don't really tell you a whole lot. So that's why we try to keep parity with prod. And all my developers, I know how frustrating it can be sometimes, but run your tests locally first. Just get it over with. Go ahead and fix whatever bugs or regressions that come up, because this will save you that precious time of just running tests in your pipeline over and over. And while these are at the beginning of the pipeline, it still has to go through the build phase before you can run unit tests. And that just takes more time. So go ahead and get it out of the way and just run your tests locally first. And then another really important thing, when you're working on the pipeline code itself, make sure that you're documenting things. So if you're using an environment variable for staging that changes when you're in the prod environment, make sure that it's noted in there somewhere. And you don't have to write some long 3-page essay on how the pipeline works. Just some inline comments will be enough to help you and other engineers figure out or remember why you did things a certain way. So now that you know all the best practices, let's talk about why security gets overlooked in this. So if you're familiar with this new trend of shift left in DevOps, it means that a lot more responsibilities are given back to the developers. So we have more ownership over the pipelines than we used to, because it used to be an operations thing. They would take care of this type of stuff. But with all of the automation that's been happening, developers get the pipelines, whether we want them or not. And that is a big reason in why security gets overlooked, because you have these time restrictions. First off, you're supposed to be handling bug fixes, implementing new features, and now you're actually building the pipeline to get those changes to your customers. What this leads to is just a real conflict of priorities. And when your main priority is just to get the code to production, then you're just going to do that. So security might get left out because it's seen as an extra step. And that goes back to the old waterfall methodology, where security was the last check in the whole process. And the problem with that was, if security found a problem at the very end, right before you deploy, then you have to start all over again and tell the developers, these problems are here. And so with security having that kind of, almost kind of like a stigma attached to it, we tend to leave it out because we see it as something that's going to take up more time. But that's a different problem from this one. So when you're a developer, you're probably not working on CI/CD configs all day, every day. And when you do get stuck, it might be hard to find the right answers. So imagine you're trying to get a pipeline built before the end of the week that you need to ship changes to prod. That is a stressful situation, and it's especially hard if you're not used to working in this kind of field. So you might not know which questions to Google or even who to ask. And that leads to just doing what you can to get a pipeline, getting code from version control to production. And I don't know about you, but it's not very often that I write YAML. So seeing that weird syntax and getting errors that you don't always see, that just makes it harder to go to the next level with your CI/CD. Basically, it gets to the point where a lot of times there are so many different nodes in a deploy process that trying to add more to it is just too time consuming because you aren't familiar with the language. And honestly, how often are CI/CD pipelines updated? this is something that a lot of times is a set and forget unless there's something wrong. So with these infrequent updates, if security wasn't added in the beginning, there's a really high likelihood that it just will get overlooked later on. Because if you're making updates later, there's probably some new feature you've added, a new service that needs to be called, and you're just trying to get that done before whatever deadline you have. And then there's just a general unfamiliarity with pipelines. So again, it's not something that developers are always used to working with, and that's just those little conceptual things that take time to learn about. And with those different like learning curves, security just doesn't get added to the list because again, is seen as something additional. You think that your code is super secure until you get hacked. So try to take some time to learn about pipelines and how they work, why they work, parallel versus series runs, and things like that. But now you know everything about the beginning. So we can talk about how our not friends, the hackers, work. And it's really similar to what we do. First, they just use tools. There are so many free open source tools and enterprise level tools that let you attack any website, any API, any network, that you don't have to be a hacking genius in some dark room typing on a keyboard anymore. Now you can just go into some GUI and click a few buttons and start a DDoS attack. But if you're not familiar with any of the attacker tools, I highly, highly recommend looking at the Kali Linux OS. It has, I think it's like 54 or I don't know, it's well over 50 different free hacking tools. So a lot of pen testers use this operating system, but it's open source. So anybody, including you and the attackers, can download it and just play around with all of the tools. They also check for any misconfigurations in your application. So let's say you have some kind of weird broken authentication. They'll probably find it with enough time. Make sure that you have everything secure, whether that's encrypted or stored on a different server. Just make sure your configurations are up to date with your application. And this one, it's kind of a sore spot sometimes because you don't think you're checking in secrets to version control. I really hope that you aren't, but if you have, they'll probably find it if they want to attack your particular application, especially if it's open source code. So before you run any commits, before you push anything to GitHub or Bitbucket, make sure you don't have any of those credentials or secrets hard-coded into your application code. We do it sometimes just for testing, but before you push to Git or GitHub, before you push to Git or Bitbucket or something, please make sure that you have checked your code for any secrets or credentials. And then something that we don't think about very often is that there are tools to scan for just open ports. I believe Wireshark is one of those tools that'll tell you pretty much everything about a network. But a lot of times we have extra open ports when we're working with different servers and we change services, maybe we move things around, and we forget to close that port because we'll come back to it later. We just need to finish this one last thing. But if you have an open port that no one is watching, this is just like an open back door for an attacker to come through. So they can come in, get whatever data, code, anything, and then just leave. and nobody would know the difference because that port's been open for 3 years and nobody thought to close it. So make sure that you don't have any of those lingering around. And this one is huge. They will check for any vulnerabilities in the packages or libraries you're using. So a lot of times when a package or some kind of third-party service has a security problem, they push a patch for it, of course, hopefully, and they write an entire report with all of the details about it. So they'll go into detail on how you can exactly take advantage of that vulnerability. You really don't want to have those kind of vulnerabilities in your application, because as soon as an attacker finds out that you're using that specific package, they can just go pull up the security, like the security reports for that package and attack you just because you didn't update or listen to Dependabot. But now that you know about the best practices, why security is overlooked, how attackers work, we can get into the automated tools for each phase of your CI/CD pipeline. So every phase has different security tests that can be run. And while you don't have to implement all of these tools, or even one of these tools in each phase, it is a really, really good practice to have at least one or two of these tests running. So in the build phase, this is where you'll see the SAST tools, and that's just where it checks for any type of static vulnerabilities. So the first tool is the OWASP dependency check. And if you aren't familiar with the OWASP top 10, I highly suggest you go check that out because it lists the top 10 security vulnerabilities for every web application. So if you have any of those on that list, which apparently, I think it was like 60% of all web apps do have at least one of those, make sure you're going to be a part of the 40% that doesn't. But you can start by implementing the OWASP dependency check tool. And what it does, it scans through your entire code base to see if you have any package vulnerabilities. And it's not language specific. So if you're using Ruby, Python, JavaScript, whatever packages you have installed, it will scan to make sure that there's no vulnerabilities. And then there's Sonatype Nexus Vulnerability Scanner. It does basically the same thing as OWASP dependency check. It's going to go through and check your code base for any of those vulnerabilities, mainly from the open source projects, so that you'll have an entire report of which packages might have dependencies that have vulnerabilities. And then there's Sneak. So personally, Sneak is one of my favorite tools. I don't have any affiliation with them, but they made a really cool product. So it also goes through and checks for any of those vulnerabilities in your packages, and it writes up a really nice visual report. So that's part of the reason I like it, because it has the nice reports that you can show to other people on your team to prove, hey, our app is hackable. Here's the proof of it. And then if you're working with a JavaScript application in particular, whether that's a React app, a Node.js app, whatever, if it uses JavaScript and you have dependencies installed, Retire.js is also a really good tool to use. It goes through and checks for all of the vulnerabilities that are in any of those npm packages. So if you've been ignoring Dependabot, or you know that you're using outdated packages, Retire.js is going to mention those and tell you to stop using those. So after you've gotten through the build phase, you made sure that those tests run with whichever tools you want to use, and your code base is clean. So you move to the next phase with a built artifact, and we test. This is typically where your unit tests are run to make sure that there haven't been any code regressions or things like that. But the first tool we can use is another OWASP one, and it is OWASP Zap. Basically, this tool takes your application and does more dynamic tests. So this would be a DAST tool, all of these fun acronyms. But basically what it does, it's going to go through and check for things like cross-site scripting, injection attacks. It's going to check for SQL attacks. It's going to check for broken authentication. Basically, it's checking for anything that's in that OWASP top 10, but this is with your built code base. So it's making these, it's running these checks dynamically on your application. So for example, if you have forms with inputs, it's going to check those fields to make sure that they're not vulnerable to cross-site scripting attacks. And then there's Veracode. So this is another one I don't have any affiliation with, but they just make a really, really cool tool. But they make multiple cool tools. But this Veracode has a static application scanner. It has the dynamic scanner. So it also can go through and check for like SQL injection attacks, cross-site scripting, and those other Big 10 vulnerabilities. But it also has an IAST component to it. That means whenever it picks up any of these vulnerabilities, it can send you an email, add a ticket to Jira or whatever other like task management system you're using, or it can put messages to Slack. So Veracode has a lot of diversity in what it can be used for. So now that we've made it through the test phase, we know that our artifact it's got a clean code base with no known vulnerabilities. It's been dynamically tested, so we know that there aren't any like potentials for cross-site scripting or SQL injection. We're feeling really good about this app because it is super secure so far, and we have the reports to prove it is. So now we're in the delivery phase. This is where you ship your artifact to those pre-prod environments like staging or QA. And we can run a few different tests in there, but we're getting to that nice point where we feel good pushing this artifact to production. But if you want to do a double check for those SQL injection attacks, I would recommend so, just to make sure nobody can, dump your entire database or change everyone's permissions or just do things that would generally wreak havoc to your data. So SQL Map is one of those tools that will double check your application for any of those SQL injection vulnerabilities. And then there's Chef Inspect. So this tool is particularly interesting if you're working in a field where your application has to meet certain compliance regulations. So if you're in healthcare or banking or anything else where there's sensitive information that is regulated by whatever rules there are, Chef Inspect is a way to automate that compliance check. It basically runs a compliance audit on your application to make sure you're meeting things like HIPAA or GDPR or anything else your app might fall under. And it does this just with automated tests in the delivery phase. Then there's Burp. So Burp is just like this tool that checks for basically all of the OWASP top 10s on your built artifact. And it checks those third-party services to make sure they don't have anything weird happening and that they've patched everything they need to. And it alerts you if there are any issues. So Now that we know our code base is vulnerability free, we know that there's not a chance somebody could do a cross-site scripting or SQL injection attack. And we also know that our third-party services are safe. We can finally deploy this artifact to prod and get it into the hands of our customers. But there are a few more things we can do to make sure that this application truly is secure in production and that we don't have as high of a risk of getting hacked. So in the deploy phase, or I should say, when we're in prod, you usually have to use a manual tool. So basically, you can go on a website like HackerOne and put up bug bounties for people to try to attack your application. And the way that it works is if they find any vulnerabilities or they're able to hack your application, they'll have to send you a report with their exact steps to reproduce it, and then you release the bounty to them. And Bugcrowd works basically the same way as HackerOne. You can post different bug bounties. People will try to hack into your application. And if they're successful, you'll get a report and you'll release whatever the bounty was for it. And then there's Burp again. So you can run Burp in prod too, but be aware that using automated security testing tools in production can be dangerous because it could use up extra resources and slow down the whole service for everyone. So before you run automated tests in prod, do double check that it is okay and that you have a way to shut those tests off. And the last one is Threat Stack, where basically you can go in and do the bug bounties. They have a product that runs automated tests. It just kind of has everything that you would need to test in prod. So hopefully you'll be able to use and implement some of these tools. But now we'll talk more about things you can do outside of these automated tools. So the first thing, keep your user permissions up to date. Make sure that if anybody has left the company, they don't have admin privileges anymore. If you have people that are onboarding, make sure that you escalate their permissions as they start to understand the overall workflow of the application, and try to make sure that none of the customers have admin privilege either. And again, I know we love those emails from Dependabot, but actually pay attention to those security patch alerts or those vulnerability finds, because if your application has them, that means some of the other services you're using probably have them too. So when you're aware of a vulnerability, make sure that you go through and check your services to see if they've implemented some kind of patch for it. Again, please make sure you don't have any unnecessary open ports, because if you do, it's a really, really good chance that it'll be forgotten in cleanup and you'll just have this back door open for any attacker to walk in. And I've personally seen this happen where there was just some random port open and somebody was just learning how to hack. And they scanned the network, found the open port, and started just posting really random messages because I guess they were excited they actually got in. But don't leave ports open. And whatever CI/CD tool you're using probably has some kind of security features you can use. So take advantage of everything that your CI/CD offers, whether that is having encrypted environment variables. It might run its own vulnerability scans, but oh, something else, make sure that your CI/CD tool has it so that you can set permissions on who can run builds and deploy things to prod. that's another feature that gets overlooked because a lot of times teams just give everyone unrestricted access to save time, but you want to make sure that people understand how the pipeline works before you give them complete access and control over it. And then there's a few more things you can do, like using an IaaS tool to push issues to whatever tracking system you use. So in the tools we talked about in the test phase, there was Veracode, and it has an IaaS tool that you can use to push issues to Slack. You can assign people to tickets. It just makes sure that when these reports are generated from all of these different tools, they don't get ignored or lost in the shuffle. We want to make sure that our vulnerabilities are seen by the people who can fix them. So don't let those reports just sit in the logs of your pipeline. Make sure that they actually get to a person that can fix things or make the decisions to add tasks to fix them. This is one that I'm really hoping everybody does, but make sure everything, all of your data, your requests to the server, your responses from the server, make sure everything's encrypted. If you're not using HTTPS, that's really, really bad. So go ahead and update that. But if you also need to encrypt things like passwords on the screen, or you want to make sure that a whole email address isn't seen, do things like that just to add that extra bit of security. So one thing to keep in mind is that there is no app that's unhackable. Anything can be hacked with enough time and enough resources. It's just the point of all of these security implementations is to make it as lengthy and costly of a process as possible. So we want to make sure that they, the attackers, aren't just going to be able to waltz into our app and shut it down for everybody. We're going to make them fight if they can win. And again, check that OWASP top 10. At the bare minimum, your application shouldn't have any of these vulnerabilities. All of these are well known, well documented, and well explained. So if somebody has enough patience, enough tenacity, and maybe even just enough time, they'll go through this entire list and try every vulnerability. So make sure you aren't giving them that option because you know all of the top 10 as well, and you can prevent that from happening. And again, use the same tools that they're using. It's okay to try to hack one of your applications if you get permission, of course, but maybe you'll set up a local instance and try to attack it. Or maybe you'll set up a different environment that's separate from staging or QA. So maybe you'll have a security environment where you just try to run every known attack on your application to make sure that when attackers use these tools, like some of the stuff that's on Kali Linux, that they're going to run into the exact same problems you are. Because sometimes you just can't decrypt a credential. You can't decrypt the data without it taking, maybe 200 or 300 years of just that process running. So go ahead and give their tools a try because they've already used your tools. So now we're in the fun part. We can get to look at some code. So Circle CI is a really popular tool. A lot of people use this for smaller applications that they just want to ship really quickly. But we'll look at a little bit of code. So if you've ever worked with Circle CI, you already know about the .circleci folder with this config.yaml. But what I really want to focus on isn't the pipeline itself. I want to show you how you would implement a security test in this tool. And the one that we'll be using is Sneak. So you see, we'll just add it to our orbs like we would with anything else. Let me see. Let me make that a little bigger, maybe. Yeah, that's good. So we have our sneak orb with this version number. Then we'll come down and blah, blah. We install our dependencies, we cache those folders, and here, this is where we'll run the first security scan. And as you can see, this is right after we've installed everything, but it's also before we run our unit tests and build it. So what we're checking for here are any of these security risks that have a high severity. So again, if you're familiar with Dependabot at all, you've probably seen those different risk levels, the high, moderate, low. But in our case, for this pipeline, we only want to check for those high risk security vulnerabilities. And we're not going to fail the pipeline if we find them. This is a pretty common practice because usually your security checks will be run in parallel with the rest of the pipeline. And if you make the pipeline fail whenever these security vulnerabilities are found, that means there aren't any deploys to prod, which arguably would be better, but sometimes you need to get changes out when you need to get changes out. And that's just the reality of our field. But just know, if you do set this to true, it will stop the pipeline. And another thing is you can monitor on build, but it'll slow down things because it'll be printing out issues as soon as they're happening. So a lot of times we don't want that to happen because it increases that build time. But that is how you implement a security check in Circle CI. And this will go ahead and check for any of those package dependency vulnerabilities. It'll check for some of those field cross-site scripting vulnerabilities, but for the most part, it's going to report back on which open source packages you're using that have these risks. So now you know what it looks like in Circle. We'll go ahead and see what it looks like in Conducto, because this is the next generation of CI/CD, mainly because it doesn't use YAML. I don't know if that's as exciting for you as it is for me, but I'd much rather write my pipeline in Python than in YAML. But the way that it works is we import this package, which has already been scanned for security risks. And then we define our pipeline. So we'll go ahead and pretend we have some kind of JavaScript application. This is the version of Node it needs. This is where the code is. And this is the branch we want to build from. Then we come down here and we have the nodes that'll be running our pipeline. And as you can see, in the install node, we go ahead and run sneak test. So what's happened here is we've installed Sneak as a dependency in our project, and we can just run this test command, and it'll send everything back to our Sneak dashboard so we can get that pretty report that I was talking about earlier. But running it here right after you install everything means that it's just doing the static scan, and it's going to tell you which packages you're currently using have any type of vulnerability risks. But as you can see, we go ahead and make all of our nodes to test the code. We'll go ahead and build it. Maybe you'll run more tests here because you want to check dynamic vulnerabilities. And then you'll just go ahead and deploy it to either your pre-production environment or straight to prod. And if you're familiar with Docker and you like using containers, well, your pipeline is a container now. So you can go ahead and use that container, add these nodes to it, and then just run the pipeline. So I kind of want to demo this for you. So I think I'll go ahead and attempt that. but if it takes a little bit too long, we'll just keep moving. Okay, took too long. We'll just keep moving. So you've seen what a pipeline in Conducto looks like. Now we'll wrap up with Travis CI. So this one is really popular for open source projects, but it's sometimes used in enterprise level, just kind of rarely. But this is what a Travis config file looks like. It's a little bit more simple than a Circle CI one, but it still uses YAML, so it gets into that issue with maybe developers aren't as familiar with the YAML syntax and how it works. But as you can see, it's not very much different from what we've already done. We have Node, we're gonna have that Node modules folder, and we're just gonna install our dependencies and run sneak test. So hopefully this gives you kind of an idea of how you would add security tests to your own pipeline. But we'll go ahead and wrap up with a few key takeaways, some things that I really hope that you get out of this. Keep your secrets safe. Don't check them in the version control. If you're working with other people and you notice that they've committed something like that into version control, get it out of there. Don't go ahead and push it and say we'll clean it up later, because once it's out, that means it's just in your entire version control history. So there is a tool called Get Secrets that lets you scan your GitHub repos for anything that looks like a credential or a secret. And whenever you're doing like these big feature changes or you're deploying a big bug fix, go ahead and look at your CI/CD config and make sure that things make sense. If you don't understand a part of your pipeline, ask someone who does and add a comment to the pipeline. So doing these checks routinely will make sure that you aren't in for any big surprises later on when you really do need to overhaul your CI/CD config, or maybe you decide to migrate to a different CI/CD tool. And then make sure that your application has been patched for any known vulnerabilities. If there's been a major hack, it's really likely that outlining how to check your particular application for that risk. So while we make sure that our services do their due diligence on keeping things up to date, make sure you're keeping your stuff up to date as well. And the last thing, don't be afraid to try new tools. It's okay if you've never tried to hack anything. It's okay if you're not really interested, but just take a look, see what the interface looks like. It doesn't have to be your new job. Just make sure that you've seen some new things, and it'll give you a new perspective on why we implement security the way we do and how people actually hack systems. So this is all that I have for you today. If you have any questions, I'll be around for the Q&A, and you can also ask me on Twitter at Flipped Coding.
That was great, Manisha. Many thanks for all the slides and the content that you shared. It was really interesting. So we do have some questions and comments right now. So we have an anonymous question. How do you keep track of the vulnerabilities in the package you use? Asking for a friend.
One thing in particular I do is whenever I'm about to start a new feature, I'll go ahead and run like npm audit or whatever the Python or language equivalent is for the others, just to see what's out of date, what needs to be changed, stuff like that.
Great. Then there are some comments saying that it was awesome. Manu Devops asked also, how can someone detect any intruder activity and get alerted instantly?
Ooh, well, if you have some monitoring set up, You can check for maybe some IP addresses that haven't been authorized to access the system. You can check for any type of unusual behavior, like maybe somebody's trying to update a database permission manually, and that's not something you do. But for the most part, as long as you're logging and monitoring all of the activity happening on your server, you can set up alerts that'll go to Slack or email the team or whoever to get notified of that weird behavior.
I understand. Well, let's keep on the questions. Someone is also very happy that there's a live demo. Awesome, and kudos for that. And we have another question from Stasi. Says, Misha, excellent presentation, very informed. You broke the CI/CD security process to step. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm glad I could do that.
And then someone also shared the link to the Kali.org tool that you mentioned. So it's there if someone wants to get into the page and look out. I also had one question to ask you. If someone wants to get more details or more involved in this, is there any community of practices or open community that someone could go and start sharing and learning there?
HackerOne is a really good one. Like they have just kind of like a hacker boot camp type thing. It's not really that, but you'll learn about a lot of the different vulnerabilities and how to take advantage of them.
Great. Okay, I think that there are no more questions here in the chat. So I think that we can wrap up with this. And again, thank you, Militia, for everything. And thank you for all your time and in the audience. And let's invite Stefan back.
trap just crashed. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. Curiously, a hurricane just came down in Iran.
Hi, everyone. I'm Frank from NextThink and the moderator of the next session, which is with Oriol from NextThink and Idir from New Relic. They will have a fireside chat around observability and how NextThink has shifted the observability to the left-hand side, meaning earlier in their development process, where it suits them better with their move from a monolithic on-premise application to a microservice architecture in the cloud. On to you guys.
Thank you. So just a small correction. He's Frank from New Relic. He doesn't want to work with me anymore, but he's still working on New Relic. So say that.
Indeed.
So I will introduce myself first. So I'm Idir Wab. I'm working at New Relic. I'm a solution consultant there. I basically joined New Relic about 2 years and something else ago. Pretty happy here because we are touching a really interesting point, and luckily I have Oriol here who's gonna also talk about his experience on the monitoring side in NextThink. So I will ask you a quick question first of all for Oriol. So I would like to keep it like a very, very interactive. So my question for you is, who are you, and what do you do at your job?
Well, I think it's a very good first question. So yeah, thank you, Idir. So on my side, I'm Oriol Yuk. I'm the product delivery lead at NextThink. And what that means is that I'm responsible, with the help of a team of 7 engineers, I'm responsible for the release management and also all that is involved in the SDLC sprint. So from processes, tools, and the environments that are needed to bring your software from development all the way to our customers.
Oh, great stuff. So yeah, I mean, I personally know NextThink a little bit, but for the people who is actually attending and listening to that call, can you please tell us a little bit about NextThink in simple words? I mean, what do you do there, what the company does, and so on?
Yes, I think that what I can say is that with our mission, I think it says really well what we are doing. So our mission is to delight people at work. So it's very simple. I think it's a very simple concept. But what that means now in practical terms is that the way we are fulfilling today this mission is that we have a set of products that that help the companies and improve the digital experience of their employees. That by digital experience, what we understand is whenever, each one of us, we're using digital tools, we're using all sorts of services, and those are there to enable you to do your work, but they shouldn't frustrate you. So these tools that we provide, these products, help the companies to make sure that those tools behave as they intended, so they behave correctly, and all the employees, they have a really good experience in this digital world.
Great stuff. Yeah. Okay, cool. It's nice to see that, because honestly, with you, I mean, I was able to check it, but right before we were like in the backstage, and somebody asked me why did I join New Relic, and before jumping into straight into the topic about the shift left more observability, I am very interested to know, and why did you choose NextSync? I mean, what was the reason for you to join that company and do the job?
Yeah, if I think back, so that was like 2 years ago. I think that it was like the mission was very appealing. So I think there is nothing not to like about this mission. And on top of that, we had a very good product. I liked the product, the way it was conceived. It had potential. So that was one of the reasons. The other one, it was like the company size. At that time, the company was starting the hyper growth. It was getting a lot of traction, and it was a moment where you can have a lot of impact. So that is also really appealing. With that, it comes with engineering challenges. So there are very nice engineering challenges to do in this type of companies when they grow, and especially NextThing had these appealing good challenges to tackle and be part of. And finally, I think it was the people. So with the mission, they try to apply the mission in their own company, right? So you want to delight people at work. So as an employee of the company, they take good care of make sure that that's what happens. So it was a very good people. I would say the interaction with the people was very good. So yeah, that was it.
If we talk about more, like, because at the end you were working more in a technical role, if I can ask you, but what were the technical challenges that you were expecting, like even before when you joined the NextThing? What are the things that you liked and you were expecting?
So for us, it was about moving into more a continuous delivery mode. So we were very used to do a kind of a release trains with a very scheduled process, and we wanted to go more into a continuous flow, serve better our business. They needed to bring features fast and all this. So that was the first challenge. And that brings a lot of challenges technically behind the scenes. It's not just the process. And then also the other one would be, so I think it was like moving from delivering your software on premise, so data centers of our customers, to on the cloud, to go into a SaaS model. And so that was one of the transitions that we embarked by that time.
And if I ask you more specifically about your team and your technical staff, how do you actually support the business doing the job that you're doing? I'm not talking about the overall company, but your team.
So my team, I think that what we can call my team as an enabler. So it's not a team that is providing the features to the customers, but we are enabling all these feature teams so that they can deliver the software in a streamlined process from the moment that they start developing until it goes into the customer. Everything is controlled. We provide the environments. We provide the standardization of the process. So it's all about as well to standardize the release process, whatever is needed in what we call the software delivery pipeline and the SDLC process in itself. So with that, I think that right now I'm the engineering manager of a group of 7 engineers. And now we're also transitioning a little bit into more of a platform team. So by doing all these environments and all this, we are also providing infrastructure and then we build a platform on top of that that our feature teams can use, and it makes it for them much easier to be ready to deploy things, to test, and streamline all this process that I was mentioning about the software delivery pipeline.
Great stuff. Yeah, I mean, cool stuff. To be honest, it sounds really interesting, especially because on the field that you're working here. And I mean, I feel related because we are very more or less in the same topic. We are basically here to work and try to make the best experience for our customers and so on. But I mean, for instance, we are both in the monitoring space, not in the exactly same space, but a similar one. What does that observability mean for Nexthink or for your team?
Okay, I think observability is a very broad term, but really applied to the what you're mentioning about the technical side of things and all this. For us, what it's important is about understanding what your software is doing. Once it's in an environment. So whenever it's in an environment, I don't care if it's development, production, or any environment, how do you know how it behaves? And not only with a moment where you deploy it and that's it, but in a long running process. Imagine if you have a distributed system and all this. I think that's very important. And for us, observability means we are not blind on what our software is doing. So I think I will leave it in that as a general concept.
I like because it's a very good explanation. That's what I tend to say. It's very wide, but at the end, it's something important. It's like the term of DevOps, right? And DevOps can be very broadly. You can talk about people infrastructure, you can talk about development, but yeah, makes sense to me. And I'm going to ask you a very tricky question. I think you already said something previously. And you gave me already your answer, but I'm going to ask it in a pretty straightforward way. If I ask about cloud or on-prem, I mean, it's a very question that I like to ask for the people that I know. So if you have to choose one of them, which one would you pick?
This is a very sensible topic. Huh? I don't want to hurt the feelings of anyone here. I know that it's very polarized sometimes, but and biased. But I think that I'm gonna go for the diplomatic answer of that one, and I'm gonna say it depends. And that one, I think it depends because I truly believe it depends because it's not a technical decision at the end of the day. At the end of the day, this is more about what the executive they see on the business. What is the best way that I serve my customer? And they need to take these decisions. This is what they do. The CEOs and all the executive leadership, normally they take these type of decisions. How do I serve better my customers? And sometimes the answer is, I need to go on premise because this is why my customers expect. The other one is, I need to go into a SaaS model or cloud. So it depends. On our case, for example, I can say that that our leadership took the decision. It is time for us to offer a SaaS product. And then on the engineering side, we make it happen. But really, I don't think, I don't have a strong opinion. No, you always need to go in that direction. No, it depends really on the business. I think it should be a business decision.
Cool. Then I'm going to ask you about the on-prem side because I don't have much experience on the on-prem space. So I'm really curious to know what are the biggest challenges that you have faced in a full on-prem environment.
So I think that I could make a parallelism a little bit here with Android, if you want. So for us, one of the biggest challenge when I start working on that wall on delivering on premise is fragmentation. So all in a sudden you start having different environments. They all use the same virtualization stack, but it's configured in a certain way and different ways. So you end up starting to support different versions of the product and different tweaks here and there. And that's a big challenge. And that's a big cost actually after in the engineering side of things. You need to test multiple combinations and so on and so forth. And the second one, I think, is that observability. Now that you mentioned about observability, is we're blind. We don't have access to their production system. So we don't know what's going on in there. And the issues arise because the customer sees them, even if you can extract metrics or whatnot, but you don't see it running 24/7. You don't see what's going on there. So it's another type of mindset. I would say those are the biggest two big challenges that I would say.
I'm just gonna drop a little bit to remind people because we have something called basically Slido. People can ask the questions because I'm lucky that I can ask you questions. I mean, live and
let's do it this way. Yeah.
But people, if you have any, if you have any questions, you may feel free to drop it in the Slido link over there. Yeah, good thing. I'm gonna talk a little bit more in our side, the topics that I know a little bit more. There are a couple of terms. I mean, there are actually 3 times that we care, at least in New Relic, we talk with other people, but 2 of them are extremely important. We were talking about the mean time to detection and the mean time to resolution, TTD and TTR. So what does that mean to you? I mean, you already explained me what does observability means to you, but what about these 2 terms specifically means for next thing?
Okay, personally, for us, so mean time to detection, for us, the way I understand this part is how fast are you able to detect that there is a failure or a defect somewhere? So what is on average the time that it takes for you to know that something is burning or something is on fire, you know? And then the other one, the mean time to resolution, is how fast, once you know that something is wrong, how fast you can fix it and how fast you can deliver to your customer the fix, right? So I think this is the way conceptually that I understand these 2 terms. You know, but yeah, go ahead, Frank.
There is a question from the audience where it was asked whether your shift to continuous delivery was also a social shift for your teams.
So I must say that we're not over in the shift. And indeed, I think that this is one of the challenges that is always hidden, but this resilience to change, sorry, no, it's not, resilience is not the right word. I'm looking for a word when people is very hard to change. So they are used to a certain process, they are used to doing things in a certain way, and it's very difficult to align everyone. So yes, the answer is yes, there is a big chunk of social change in there. And some tips, if somebody is having this same path, some tips that I can bring. What helps a lot is to pilot things, is to get in your company those people that they really like the change. Try to find these early adopters within the engineering teams, and they will help you test things. They will help you show value. So then the rest, and especially the executive, will be on board.
Thanks. So let's do something. I will probably keep the questions from Slido to the end of the presentation, because we will have plenty of time, if you don't mind. And then I can go in, because I have a related question about the MTTR, because I have my own opinion related to these times, because we were talking about metrics. At the end of observability, it's not only about metrics, but one of the most important parts of this thing is the metric thing. So sometimes I feel people, especially with the ones I work with, or previously I worked with, they try to attach specific metrics to the agile. You know, we talk about the agile process, and how can you fit these MTTR, MTDD metrics into the agile process? And they say, okay, you can't really do them if you don't really have an agile environment. I personally think that it depends. It really depends. Sometimes you can really attach it. Sometimes it's really tricky, because at the end of the process, it has to fit in your own organizations. I mean, the question that somebody asked previously, it was really related to the organization and the people itself. So I think that, in my opinion, that DevOps or Agile itself, it's not just structured by metrics, but by the people who is actually involved in or using them. So my question for you would be, do you agree with what I just said?
I think in what you said, yes, I would expand it a little bit, because I think that that focusing only on certain metrics or like this it's very narrow, and we need the big picture to understand why the metrics are there. So for me, the metrics is not about agile or not agile. I think that with the moment you become agile, those metrics are more relevant, because if you don't track these metrics, and being agile, sometimes it means you go faster. So you can do iterations faster. But if you don't pay attention to these metrics, then what you're going to do is that you're going to start adding defects and issues to your customers, and that's not what you want. So you want to go fast. So you need to look as well at the cycle. So what they call the lead cycle of your development. You want to reduce that, but still keep the quality and the security. So there is where if you start going more agile and in more continuous flow, then the mean time to recovery and the mean time to detection, those are very valid metrics to know if you're going in the right direction or not. So the metrics are there to tell you if you're taking the right path or not.
Great.
So
Yeah,
I would say that this is the whole picture from the way I see it.
I think you're right, especially you added the cycle thing, which is a really important term that sometimes we forget to mention here. And okay, so based on what you were saying, your answer you gave me right now, you have, I believe that you have personal goals in your role that you need to improve things in your company. So what would be the ideal solution to achieve the goals to basically to successfully reach your goals?
So yeah, so these goals about being more agile and going more in continuous flow. I think I mentioned a little bit what it's important. So for us, it's important that we don't trade off quality or security by going faster. So now, how can I do that? So I need to be sure that I understand the consequences of the changes that I'm applying every single time. And on top of that, I need to understand really how my software is behaving in the environments. And here is where I plug in the title of the presentation. Here is where I can say, by shifting observability to the left, meaning bringing all the amount of as much information as you can on how your software is running in production systems to the developers, that really helps a lot on achieving those objectives. It's not the only thing, but I think it's a big part of what needs to happen, and that we've seen it ourselves.
Interesting. Yeah, especially, I mean, you mentioned something. I don't know if it was mentioned before, the bringing observability and monitoring to the left. I have heard about testing, about security, about many, but never observability. And it's really good that you're mentioning that.
Maybe I'm using, like the buzzwords and everyone using this, but I think the concept is very clear. Where I think that also, if you read about all the DevOps in the principles, not really on what a DevOps engineer is or if that exists or not, but in the principles of what they want to achieve with that movement, you realize that there is this kind of increase the feedback loop. So what does it mean? So from my point of view, this feedback loop is all of your changes at each stage that you do on the SDLC and the software delivery pipeline. You need to bring really fast the information on what changed or what was broken or what didn't work, or am I changing anything that I shouldn't be doing? And on top of that, if you have this information about your software running for a long period of time in a production environment, and you have this information right at the beginning from the developer, he can now start being proactive. They don't need to react to things. They see, oh, this is maybe it's degrading. So should we act now before it goes into a fire? So imagine that is very valuable for a company, because if you find these issues in production, those are very costly in terms of your image as a company, in terms of the cost that you need to be reactive and act fast and all this. But if you have the ability to find them at the development side, then it's not costly. It's like finding it in the compiler. It's like then it's not really costly, and that's what we want. That's what we want to achieve. And I think that this is what I mean by observability. What happens in an environment, all this, you bring it to the left, to the developers as fast as you can.
I agree. I mean, it's a very good advice. I mean, I will highlight it like not just yellow, but any other color. It's a really good one.
Just a comment. That doesn't mean that we don't do QA and that QA is not. So you still need to do all this. But adding the piece of the observability, I think that's even a bonus and a very good.
Sometimes we say that good is not good enough. I mean, having QA and staging. Exactly. Doesn't really mean that you don't need anything else. What you're saying is basically we had a very good setup, but we are thinking. I mean, we're trying to get ways to get it better, because you will never stop at what you have, which makes a lot of sense.
And then, if I may add a little bit of piece, for us is very important because we have moved into a Kubernetes stack. So microservices. I guess that the audience, everyone is either transitioning or into it, But I think that for us, it was very important to have that. But when you go into these distributed systems, now it gets even more relevant to have this observability on what's going on, because you cannot test all the things that go on in a distributed system, especially when it's long running. So
I'm going to hold that. I'm going to hold that for asking. I'm going to ask you a question about that now, because I was you pop the Kubernetes topic, so it's interesting. But first, before that, it's something I will talk about also New Relic and how, because our main goal at the end is helping, people, companies like yours who is actually trying to give the first class experience to your customers. Can you talk a little bit about how New Relic and the partnership with Nexthink impacted in your experience?
Okay. Yes. Okay. So if I think about our partnership with New Relic, it's like we were blind, and now with New Relic, we start seeing things. It's that you don't know what you don't know. So at this point with New Relic, we start seeing more things and understanding. Oh, maybe we should look at that. Oh, maybe we should look at the other thing, because what New Relic brought to us is this. Let's say a single pane of glass to see what's going on in the whole stack. So from the app down to the infrastructure, everything in a single pane of glass. You don't need to go left and right and find this in those logs and the other thing. So you have all the information in there. And on top of that, it gives you the opportunity to see it in a distributed system. When you see in Kubernetes, you see things in different nodes and so on and so forth. Yeah. So you can have this now really see what's going on in a live system, especially if you are in a microservice world. I think that it's very important. And for us, it really helps. We mostly using the APM. It's very helpful to us, the part of the infrastructure. And we use it to be more proactive, to understand, okay, maybe here we need more to invest a little bit more on high availability for certain pods, certain things. We should look into that. We see that degrading. So it really helps on that part for us.
Yeah, that's very good that you're mentioning as well, because one of the things, I'm a really big fan of New Relic. My previous work, a role I was working a lot, heavily managing them. And when, I think it was last year or a year and a half, when to me the most exciting news at New Relic was when you launched the Kubernetes Cluster Explorer, because we used to have this Kubernetes monitoring, but then the team released a view which I really loved, and I wished I have this view
it's very good. Yeah, I can say. Yeah.
So, but we all moved to Kubernetes because of reason, and sometimes it seems really easy, but when you're really working on it, Kubernetes gets really complex. It's a really complex environment. You have a lot of tools around and so on and so forth. And you already mentioned that you have moved to Kubernetes, or you're moving your stuff to Kubernetes. Is that correct?
Yes, we're there.
That moving to Kubernetes help you to detect basically the issues quicker? And if so, what kind of metrics are you using? Because there are tons of them.
Well, I wouldn't say that Kubernetes really helped on detecting issues faster. I wouldn't say Kubernetes helped on that. I think that Kubernetes, what it brings is that it helps on applying good principles on, for example, on self-healing. For example, they have good principles on when something goes wrong, you can restart, you can respawn in a different node, things like this. You have things like liveness probes when it helps you in detecting that something is wrong, and you can reroute traffic and make sure that your system is more reliable. But looking at helping on the defects, I wouldn't say is very helpful. I think I would go into more things like Prometheus metrics is where it helps, because then you get this standard of the metrics, and then you can plug in tools like yours, like New Relic, any other tool that helps on looking at that. I think that this is where the power relies, is that okay, you can use another tool and the metrics to ensure that you detect it, and then you apply the right measures to avoid it in the future. And Kubernetes, where it brings you, is an easy way to apply those measures, I would say.
And to add something else, because you're completely right. One of the issues that I struggled when I was working and we using Kubernetes, it was the amount of metrics that you get. And sometimes when you get tons of them, it's really hard, especially really, really hard to know exactly what happened, because we are talking about a really complex environment, a lot of services. And if you're not able to spot quickly which is the metric that it's outline an outlining metric, you can spend the same amount of time trying to figure out which is the issue. So I agree that Kubernetes is not it just offers you a lot, but you need to be very smart on what are you picking and what not.
Yeah, it's even if you are in a managed service offered by any of the cloud providers, is not something that you can just click, leave it there, and that's it. It needs maintenance. It needs people to look into it. You need to understand there are different concepts in there. Yeah, I agree. It's complex.
Yeah. Cool. Now I'm going to ask another, because you were talking about Kubernetes, and when somebody talks about Kubernetes, always thinks about these microservices. So again, I mean, you can really answer whatever, honestly, whatever you want, but moving from monolith to microservices, why did you do this move? I mean, because I have heard, and I'm really fan of like reading these papers, and especially now conferences, people talking about microservices is not good. It's not good anymore. We should move to the microservices. We're talking about from monolith to now macroservices. What do you think about that? What did you, and why did you do this move?
Again, you are going to these questions that in the audience, I think
funny
a
ones.
lot of people now is positioning left or right or left or right.
Yeah.
And again, let me play the diplomacy card, because again, for me, it's not a matter of the business, but it's a matter of what is your use case? What do you try to solve, right? And in certain problems, having a monolith is the right answer, and in certain others, I think the right answer is to go into the microservice. I think that the problem comes when you use microservices because it's cool, because it's the latest thing and everyone is doing it. But I think that I know that our lead architect was spending a lot of time understanding what are the problems, what are we trying to solve. He spent a huge amount of time going with the business, trying to forecast, see where we're going. And really our needs really fit with the microservices. So for us now, it's not that we had a super monolith or whatnot. We had a little bit, but not that much. But it wasn't. So we wanted to transition into a SaaS model. When you want to go into a SaaS model, you all in a sudden you go into this. You have these needs about multi-tenancy that you didn't have before. You have other needs. You need to scale. Now, all in a sudden, you are running your own production system. Before it was your customer. Now you are doing it, and you need to scale. How do you scale? So we need to ensure that we are able to dynamically adapt to the load. All this, it's a very good fit for microservices. So we took that conscious decision. And here I'm talking about something that I didn't decide myself. It was our lead architect, but I think I'm very aligned on why he did it, and I think it was the right move. So for us, going to microservices, I think it was the right choice, and we had to deal with the complexity that it comes. But I think at the end of the day, the benefit of going into a more decoupled infrastructure, it really compensates the complexity that we need to have.
So you're saying basically that you moved to this microservice by choice because you thought it was really a good fit.
Yes.
It was a really good fit for your environment, and not just because you thought it was the right thing to do, but you were actually getting data to understand that it was the right thing to do, right?
Yes, exactly. And I think that if somebody's thinking about, let's move to microservices because it's the thing that everyone is doing and all this, and it's not a need for your use case or the business or whatever you need to solve as a problem, I think you're going to end up in a very complex world without reaping the benefits of really using that architecture. So I would really think it's not because it's cool, it's because you need to see that it's the right fit for your problem, and that's it.
Yeah. I'm going to then fix my answer on what I said. I'm going to give my opinion, like honest opinion, and I think that monolith is not a bad thing. Microservices is not a bad thing. It basically depends on what you're looking for. I agree with you, because monolith sometimes, especially for some companies, when they try to hire people, they avoid to use monolith, and sometimes it looks like a very bad word, but it's not really a bad word. It really depends, because if you are like a really small startup on application, having a monolith, it makes you life way easier than having to, especially in I'm just talking about development, having to set up, for example, Docker Compose with a bunch of containers running in your machine. And each of them does a really small thing. It's a really big hassle for you. So I tend to agree with that. Okay, so I'm really curious about the last thing, because pipeline is, especially if you're working in the DevOps space, the pipeline is one of the key, or the key parts, the backbone of your role. But take into account that observability means, for example, measuring everything. Where would you put, or where would you introduce this topic or the observability space in your pipeline?
So I think that after the discussion that we had, I think that the audience now, they can always speak it. It's like all the way to the left, all the way to the developers. I think that this brings a lot of value, because if you find your problem so really fast at the early stages of development, changing that and solving it is very, I would say, not simple, but sometimes it's complex, but the cost is very reduced. If you let this go and keep going, these defects going into the line until the end, then at the end, the cost every time that you switch one stage in your pipeline, then the cost goes up, and you end up in a pile that you cannot, and then you end up going into reactive mode all the time. So as much as I would recommend is to put observability at the very beginning. And what I'm telling about the observability is not only about you should observe what's going on in your dev environments. No. You should have vision on the production systems really at the very beginning. You should be able to look what's going on in there. And then on top of that, you have observability of the dev, of the test environments, you have your tests, you flow, you do your normal flow of the software, but also have this observability about production systems, understanding what's the behavior of what you're developing in the production system. That's golden, in my opinion.
Makes sense. I'm gonna do something right now. I'm gonna speak because before, I got some questions for some people where they were asking about the observability and what it is, because you're right, it's broader, but I would like to explain from New Relic's perspective what the observability means. New Relic has been there for like a long time. Even before we had another thing, which is also actually monitoring. But I would like to explain quickly what means observability. Observability means, and this is a tricky word. Sometimes I really struggle to pronounce that word correctly. But we talk about, for instance, four different data types in order to get measurements. So the first one, because I tend to hear a lot metrics and logs all the time when they want to refer to everything, right? But it's not about only metrics and logs. And it's something I think we already said during the questions. We have four main ones. I would say are four. The one is metric. The metric is basically means something that happened over the time, and you can make, let's say, a aggregation of data, and you can say that happened over X amount of time. But you don't have really specific data of it. But overall experience. Is that correct? If you feel real that I'm missing something, I see something wrong, just repeat your correct in that. Okay. The second one are events, and events is something that I have a bit experience, because that is useful when you have a big issue, because it's something that happened at a specific point of time, and it's telling you exactly all the things that were occurring at the same time. So let's say transaction, for instance, it's an event. When you have a transaction, when a customer of yours is clicking in your website or doing something, the event that is triggering, telling you that this customer is called X, it happened at 5 o'clock and was using X, Y, and Z system, that's an event. And together with a metric, basically a metric is a bunch of events together within a time period. So you can tell them. And the last two things is the logs, as we were mentioning. Logs is very important because it can be structured and unstructured. Everybody knows New Relic logs. We can talk about the Kibana Elasticsearch LK stack that we can use. Logs are really important for troubleshooting. It's really hard to, let's say, measure what will happen in the future with logs. But for troubleshooting is a key thing. You really need to have logs, especially if you can get the context and understand where it happened. It's really deeper. And the very last one are traces. And I think traces, I don't know if you have more experience in that space. Is it something that you have heard before? Or is that something that it's really common since the last year or 2 years from the open source?
Really, I've heard it, but not that often. But I'm not really on the operations wall and all this, so Yeah.
So, but again, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. That basically people are missing this last piece, which became really key part, especially now with the Open Telemetry Standard. The W3C is working like in really.
Okay. The trace is yours. Oh, okay. See where
correct.
you're going.
Yeah.
With the APM and all this. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah,
exactly.
That for sure. That's very useful to us. Yes.
And now for microservices, the reason why it's because when you have a big chain of applications, detecting which is the rough one. If you don't have a trace, it's extremely difficult for that one. So I just want to make sure for the audience that 4 things are really important. We just talk about the melt, and it's something you keep in mind. Even if you don't know it, good, then you should check it. I will recommend you check it. If you do know it, I would strongly recommend you to try to apply them and to use them properly whenever the stages. And the very last thing I want to say are the three different advices. One of them, it's alerts. I didn't ask any question about alerts here because I didn't want to take a lot of time. But alerts, making sure that you are picking the right alerts. Sometimes we got a lot of alerts that are completely like old or are not functioning anymore. So reducing the noise will help you a lot. So make sure that you're cleaning up your alerts, depending on the system that you have. The second thing is the post-mortem thing. I don't know if you do that, but in my previous company and here as well, we do the post-mortem to understand what happened. It's really important to analyze because we are not in a perfect world. We know that things will change, will fail, but we are trying to not make the same mistake again, right? And the last thing is basically practicing. As that's really what they said. Moving to the shift. If you fail in them, at least nobody will be shouting to you and telling you that something is not working. So, if I need to highlight something from this speak, will be practicing and measure as soon as you can. You have something? If you have something else to add, Riol?
No, I think I like the part of what you're saying. Do the postmortems and all this. It's like this continuous improvement, right? So let's be continuously improving and getting better by the day. So yeah, very good, very aligned.
Okay. So now I think it's time to go for questions. If you got questions from the people, from the audience.
So I looked through the question and there seems to be a few that are in a similar group, which is, do you have a real life example of an improvement that you made or something that you care about? And Oriol, if you cannot answer, since I work with your account, I could answer, but if you have an example, then fire ahead.
Yeah, well, real examples, for example, yeah, for us about these traces that was mentioning now, I think that for us a real benefit that we got is that when you are in a distributed system, you really don't know where things are going, that the requests where are going, and which part for which steps it goes, and which is the part that really is making the whole request lag and being having that big latency. And that with the APM, you have a real clear view. Now all in a sudden, there you go, there it is that one, and this is your faulty point. So it really helps you on understanding what is the piece that you should look at, and not spending a huge amount of time going into the logs and all this. And I think one key piece that I would like to add now with a New Relic is this ability to correlate events, the metrics and the logs. And then with this correlation, it's also helping you a lot to detect where the failure is. And maybe Frank, if you can add another one, you've been following us.
Yeah.
For that.
So I'm the solution engineer for NextThink, and I think I introduced myself wrongly in the beginning. Pardon for that. Yeah. So an example from your company is, since you are quality driven for using tools efficiently in companies, one of the metrics that matter a lot to you is SLA. So I had a lengthy chat with your colleague Javier on how to track SLAs efficiently and what matters to you. And I think the key element to begin with was he understood I don't need to rely on my own knowledge, but if you partner with a company such as New Relic, we've implemented solutions in many companies. So we are not doing things for the first time, but we've been there either in our previous own jobs or we've done it with other customers. So don't be shy to ask. And he was not. So he reached out and said, look, SLA tracking is something that is important to us, but we don't want to, redo it 10 times because we did it wrong 9 times before. So what's your recommendations? What are our options? So I ran him through in a, I think, 60-minute session, what are our options, what he has all available, be it built-in options or things that they can create custom, or, basically from a quick solution, but something to a very robust future solution. And now he has a lot of knowledge at hand and can go back to the rest of the teammates and say, look, these are our options at hand. What is the best we want to do in short term and in long term? And, it combines 2 factors. It's first understanding that you're not alone. And second is whatever you do, you don't do it one shot, but you start somewhere and you evaluate it over time and you keep the elements that were good. You evolve the ones that did not necessarily address it all. But I think those are the key elements to consider, you know, not being alone and not thinking you do it once and you're set forever.
Yeah, I think it's very much one of the things. If I may answer, going back a little bit more into the technical side of things, because this is very good for the business side. But I think that on the technical side now, I remember as well that one of the things that is very useful, and I don't know if the audience you checked about New Relic, but they have this kind of a view of the Kubernetes cluster, where you see the health of the cluster like by just looking at it. So it's very easy to spot the failures. It's very easy to set alarms, and then it comes with a preset of already made kind of alarms and everything that is you install it, and then all in a sudden you have this view, and you don't need to tune it that much, because again, as you're saying, you've been doing it so many times and tune it so many times that yes, maybe you tune it, but you still you see, okay, this pod is having too much memory, is using too much memory, something is wrong, or it's really visual. And I think it helps a lot to understand what's going on. So that for us, the part of the Kubernetes cluster was really helpful as well.
Do we have more questions, or is it over?
There was another question which I find interesting is, what are the limits of DevOps when it comes to understanding the rest of the company?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Understanding the rest of the company. In what sense do you think this? I don't know if we can ask that.
I can guess, because I got this answer. I question many times. I also ask myself the same question sometimes, where some companies, the role of DevOps is the person who knows everything about they know every single thing what's happening in the company. We're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about the application level, we are talking about everything. So sometimes at some point you don't know what to. That's the question. Correct me if I'm wrong, or somebody can correct that. That's what I guess.
Okay, I have a better view now of the question. So yeah, I think that it happens that we converted what DevOps is supposed to be, a way of working and a way to ensure a business outcome, and how to work in an engineering organization, into a role. And the role of that guy is to understand everything, that the systems and all this. So I would say that I don't think that this scales, to be honest. I mean, at some point, what scales is you need to define really the boundaries and the responsibilities of each of the teams. And as we're saying, is like if you tell the people that you are an enabler, at the end of the day, you are creating tools to make that flow happen and all this. And you are a software developer, even if you are the DevOps, and even if you are developing infrastructure, you're still developing. And I think that this mindset, it needs to be you need to set the boundaries. Otherwise, it can happen that you overload this kind of a role with everything. It's like, oh, build this guy, oh, deploy this guy, oh, we need environments, this guy. And the DevOps ends up with a lot of things and nothing at the end. So very clear. So I would say that if you go into this move of going for with a big scale cloud infrastructure, maybe you should consider a platform team. Maybe that's a solution, and their sole goal is to create infrastructure and all this. And you can have DevOps in there, but they have a scope, and they are not the guys for everything in the company. So I think that you should really push for this, and understanding the roles and what needs to be done. And then maybe the DevOps is the right person who understands infrastructure and put them to do that, but not overload the role. But it happens.
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
I think we have time for one more question. There was one where I'm not 100% sure I understood it right, but I try to rephrase it. And it's a bit with the cultural shift that we spoke about. How do you convince or energize people above a certain age that some newer things are fine and safe. Things like, shattering things into microservices or moving from on-premise to the cloud, so they don't react with fear and anger because they see their things that they loved for a long time go away.
Mm-hmm. But that's a difficult one, because there is not one way to do it, and every person is different. But if we go into the generics, and maybe, I mean, I don't really want to go into more of the generics, and let's not bring if it's young or old, or it's a mindset. So there are people that has this mindset that mostly what I know and what it's I've been doing for a certain time gives me comfort, and I don't want to go out of my comfort zone and all this, and they do their job pretty well. Now the business have other needs, so they need to adapt, and the business needs to adapt. So I think that it's very important that then you understand that as an engineering organization, you have engineering managers that understand that, and that they know how to deal with that. For example, maybe you should start with other people that are more embracing change, and they can create a pilot and show there is a value, and show that it's also simple, and it's also something that you can also do, and you are not putting this person at risk of going outside of their comfort zone because of that. So you do it in a different way. So I think that is some work to do, because we are all humans. So embracing that and help people embrace that change. I think it's important to understand who you have in your team as an engineering manager, and based on that you adapt and you bring things into certain people and all this. So this is the way I normally approach it, and maybe I'm not right, maybe there is other, but that's what I can answer to this question.
Yeah, more questions, Frank?
I was looking through them, and the only one that we have not really tackled is whether we have a technical slide that would, address some of the things we said, and I'm not sure we have one.
The thing is, I can explain that. I mean, I had technical issues, so I couldn't share the slides. I do have a slide where I was talking about the very last piece, the different data types and so on and so forth. I'm not sure how could we share that afterwards. Not sure. I mean, we can talk with the organizers and see if there is a way to do it. But we definitely have something.
Is there a way how you can share one right now?
No, that's the problem. I have technical issue. I can't really share it right now. I tried it, but it didn't work. So I had to explain everything rather than showing it. Cool. I think if it's that all.
So I just got a message from Stefan, the host of this entire series. We can share slides in a newsletter as a follow-up.
Great. So I will share it once everyone, if you signed up and you will receive that one. Cool. I think so. We are done. Thank you very much, by the way, Rio, for asking, especially the tough questions that they make about microservices and the other one. I really appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, it was great. Great to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks to both of you for your time. Talk to you soon again.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
your app just crashed. It was struck by a hammer manufactured in 2005 by Harry's Hammers. The hammer's head is composed of 75% nickel, 20% steel, and 5% iron. Curiously, a hurricane just came down in Iran.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dominik Fahal. I'm an account executive at New Relic. So today I have the honor to introduce you to the next session. Today, our speakers would like to talk to you about DevOps in the enterprise. So DevOps is not the realm of startups or Silicon Valley giants only. What are the strategies to keep in mind when introducing DevOps to a company with a vast digital portfolio? And more important, how do you stick with it and deal with different release cycles? So with this question, I would like to introduce you to one of our speakers for the session. It's Adrian Kosmachevsky. He is the developer relations at VSHN, the DevOps company. So yeah, Adrian, the stage is yours.
Thanks, Dominic. Thank you so much for this invitation. Thank you so much, all of you, for being there all over the world watching this presentation. I'm really thrilled to be here. Thanks, WeAreDevs, for this opportunity. And of course, thanks all of the brilliant panelists that we have today to talk about DevOps in the enterprise. So I will leave them to introduce themselves. I will start with Nornika. Could you please introduce yourself very quickly and tell us about yourself a little bit?
Hello, everyone. My name is Noshnika. I work in developer relations for New Relic. I specialize in serverless and cloud operations. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks. Did I pronounce your name correctly? Noshnika?
It's Noshnika.
Noshnika. Very good. And we have Aubrey from the UK. Could you please introduce yourself as well?
Hey, I'm Aubrey Stern. I'm usually an interim CTO. I've worked for quite a few financial services organizations, and I guess that kind of has become my background now. I have a mixed operational, hands-on engineering development background. So I'm always looking to create the synergy that we sort of imagine with DevSecOps. And yeah, maybe to the next person.
Thanks, Aubrey. And last but not least, we have Gregory Houillon. Could you please introduce yourself as well, Greg?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. So my name is Greg, and I'm the CTO for Europe, Middle East, and Africa at New Relic. Joined about 16 months ago. So since then, I met with hundreds of CTOs, CIOs, and lead engineers and head of ops. My background is CTO and VP of engineering for too many years now. I come from aviation and IT, so developed and transformed aviation services globally for aircraft communications, and went through some serious DevOps transformation in the enterprise.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So just before we start, I would like to remind all the people in the audience, feel free to post your questions on Slido. I guess you get the link already. So I will be monitoring these questions and passing them to the panelists as we move on. So just to get the conversation started, I was thinking about the different aspects of the whole DevOps movement. We've been already 10 years practicing DevOps. There's been books like the Phoenix Project and so many others that have been feeding this machine about what DevOps is and how good it could be and so on. However, it's still very much a taboo word in many corporations. And I would like to kickstart this conversation with the panelists, asking you, what is your experience? Why is DevOps taboo in so many corporations? And what are the things that drive you crazy about this? And I will start with Aubrey.
Okay. So I would say that it depends on the type of organization that you're working for and working with. So if you're working for a non-regulated business, I think there's a very distinct difference between how they work and how regulated organizations work. So for example, like often it can be a technology problem that's at the root of everything when you're working in a non-regulated business. But when you go into, say, a regulated sector like finance, you have to look at the drivers there for going slower and looking for stability. You have things like the material risk taker concept introduced by the Basel Committee and then rolled down into directive at the EBA, which manifests in the Capital Requirements Directive. And those people are paid large bonuses, often deferred over many years and in linked instruments to the organization. So they're very financially handcuffed to stability in the organization. So when we say we want to go faster and fail fast and learn from all our failings and do all this stuff really quickly, they're kind of like, well, I'm going to get paid over the next 8 years my bonus. I'm very handcuffed to this organization, so like I'm not really incentivized. But I do think that when you enter these organizations, there's a lot of opportunity, a lot of white space for assurance, and that is that there's a lot that we can do to automate around the risk to engineering relationship, and then obviously down to the auditors. And we can provide a far greater level of assurance because of our insight into code, and also like baking things like control into code and pushing outwards to the org rather than the org pushing inwards to engineering. I think there's tons of opportunity there. So, for me, it's a very distinct split. Are you solving a technology problem, or are you solving a technology problem in a regulated space, in which case you need to understand all the drivers that are at play?
That is right. And I was thinking at the same time about ITIL and so many different buzzwords and regulations in the software industry itself. But then we have the drivers outside. Greg, what is your experience regarding those regulations? You've been in a quite sensitive industry. What can you tell us about it?
What I've seen in my own enterprise, but also in many of our customers, is that there is significant resistance in two places. First, this feeling, impression, intuition, perception that DevOps will mean more regressions, more failure, less testing, and therefore less quality and performance. And it's deeply ingrained with this idea that it's those wild developers who are a bit of young geeks that will break everything. So contrary to what the state of DevOps confirms, which is that if you deploy more frequently smaller chunks of code, you've got less incidents, and you actually improve quality and you fix faster, that perception is still deep ingrained. The other thing is turf protection. A lot of the DevOps initiatives come from the CTO and the lead engineering, and the ops guys fear for their jobs. It's very simple. And so they will play assurance to say, there is risk, there's gonna be issues, so why do it when we have everything that works reasonably right now? So two major barriers which are deeply cultural.
So it's very interesting, and I see Noshnika nodding. So I would like to know exactly as well, why are you nodding? What is your experience regarding this?
I think that while there were a couple of interesting points raised, I think it is true, like defensiveness is part of the reality. When I get into a real conversation and someone says, why are we getting all this resistance? I say, well, here in the United States, it takes 3 years of school to be able to cut hair. And that's not because you have to study for 3 years to be able to cut hair. It's because, there's defensiveness within that industry, right? They want to make it difficult to create new competition to your hair salon. And so you do see some of that. I think that one of the other things is when we try to define, like, what are the benefits of DevOps, very often velocity is part of the story, where we say, the great thing about these little microservices is that a team of, 5 people can conceive, code, and deliver a service, all on their own. And that's a benefit that I often mention. And then when you start mentioning that to a heavily regulated industry, people start freaking out a little bit. They say, well, where's the documentation on that? Where's the regulation on that? How do we make sure that that's a compliant service that we just delivered? And while there are absolutely ways to do that, the fact is that when you put in those controls and those safeties, you probably have lost that benefit, right? And so you have to think about the other benefits of DevOps. You have to focus a bit more on them rather than that velocity advantage.
And speaking about velocity, because velocity brings me immediately to Agile, brings me immediately to something that came during the 2000s. It's a very strong force in the industry. And somehow, right now, it's feeling, the whole Agile world is feeling a little bit like misused. The word Agile is a little bit misused in the industry. It's very sad. Do you think that DevOps could run the same fate of being misused, or is it already being misused? What is your experience regarding this? For example, Noshnika, since you're speaking, you can continue.
So the comparison is apt because I think in both cases, we're really talking about a goal. We're not talking about a box that we can tick and say, okay, we have that now. So, you wouldn't say, do you have security? Yes, we implemented it 2.5 weeks ago and we have it now, right? And Agile is the same way. And DevOps is very, like, when you have an incident response team, and you're looking at an incident, do the people working on that incident understand the underlying code that was just released? Well, that's sort of the goal of DevOps, is it's not something that you can just sort of do and sort of say, oh, we have it. And in fact, usually that is the warning sign that sort of the term is being misused, is when someone says, oh, well, we're an agile shop, and that's just sort of a binary state that we're in. Well, we have concerns. And DevOps is very much the same way.
Exactly. It's not because you just have a CI/CD pipeline that you're doing DevOps, right? There's much more than that, right? And Aubrey, what is your feeling about this? Do you think that there could be the possibility of misuse? Do you see it already happening?
Yeah, I think, I mean, there are always a lot of definitions in terms of like how people have understood the terms that we're talking about. I see it as like probably part of people's journeys. So there's a healthy evolution towards like the ultimate goal. And I think as you understand how to work better in an agile way, and you understand your team's capabilities, your understanding of that term, increases, and you reevaluate. It's like defining acceptance criteria. You will take a first pass at it, but obviously as your team is stronger and as you have delivered more stuff and you sort of understand your capabilities better, you might go back and revisit that term. You might look at your old postmortems and say, well, the first couple were not super great, and now 6 months on we understand that term better. So I think that a lot of organizations, like, you can aim for gold, and you're just really not going to have the capability to get there, especially if you're an enterprise. Like, we're talking about huge breadth, and also like an insane amount of like operational change and target operating model change. There's a lot to it. So I don't think we should really like target like the misuse of the word. I think anybody trying to do it, it's probably a really great thing. I think the importance is like how organic your implementation is, and really reaching for what works for my organization right now in this time. And it's a lot like looking at the Spotify model, right? We call it the Spotify model. If you've ever read that paper, it was really like a gift to the engineering community to say, like, at this point in time, based on our maturity, this is what we have tried that works for us. And then it got packaged up by every consultant in the world and sold for $500,000 a pop. But it really was like just a gift of like, here is some insight of this thing that we have tried that has worked for us. Like, it's a matrix model in disguise, but this was good for us. And I think it's interesting like how many people jump on that bandwagon. But I've also seen some organizations not do that and really come up with an organic approach that has worked far better for their maturity. So like, it's not a bad thing. I think, organic is my favorite word for this sort of thing. Like, let people go on their journeys.
Exactly. And Greg, maybe you have something to add as well?
I think basically I agree that if you do agile or DevOps wrong, it's because you don't look at it as a journey that never ends, but you try to just deal with it as a project. You hire consultants, you appoint a few people with titles, but in the end, you never change anything. I agree that this journey can take many shapes. Some will start with putting their CI/CD pipeline and they feel it's an achievement already. But yes, it's great, because then it will take you to the next stage, that you start to empower your engineers, and they start to be on call, and they take accountability for the deployment quality and performance. Your ops guys start to be much more educated about the code because they use observability tools that help them understand code. And collaboration starts, and this is the journey. So there's never anything wrong if it's designed as a journey.
Exactly. It's the famous 3 ways of DevOps, as Gene Kim was talking about, right? The first is the flow, the second one, the feedback, and second and third, the continuous learning, right? I mean, we are always into this paradigm. And we've got a very interesting question from the audience, from an anonymous user. There's one point that Aubrey mentioned about the role that regulation can play on the level of application of DevOps in enterprises. And this is another very interesting point of view. What about the size of the company? Is it easier in smaller companies? I suppose maybe yes. The answer seems kind of natural, but is it true? What do you think? Who would like to start? Let's say Greg, since you were.
Well, I'll start with one thing, which is, often DevOps, cloud are one of those terms that are being discussed at the board level in the company. So you have to have it. If you're the CTO, if you are the CIO, you have to be able to say, I'm doing DevOps. And in my conversations with enterprise customers, I'm asking, so are you doing DevOps? Oh yeah, sure. But how much DevOps are you doing? How many of your developers, how many of your teams And then it surfaces that it's those 5 guys in Slovakia from the innovation lab are doing DevOps, right? So I agree that in the enterprise, you have to know which teams you want to do it for, and you have to have a case for change. The case for change might be unacceptable velocity and innovation, and you're losing market share. It might be severe obsolescence of your technical stack, and you want to go to the cloud, or you want to increase self-service. You want to really definitely change pace. So if you have a case for change, you can bring in DevOps and it will start to be successful. If you don't have a case for change, then it just becomes a board visibility exercise.
Exactly. It's something we were talking about the last time we talked about Kotter and the drivers for change. The first one being the sense of urgency, right? This possibility of taking the board on board to tell them we need to do this. So Noshnika, what is your experience regarding this? Does size have an impact on the level of implementation of DevOps in a company?
I mean, it can, but then at the same time, in many small shops where we're saying, hey, we're so empowered and we're getting, all this ability to, everybody pushes features, everybody understands the CI/CD pipeline. Very often, you're not necessarily doing something that's terribly sophisticated. And this is, I prefer working at small startups, but I'm just honest about this, right? The level of work I was doing, in cloud engineering before is not the same as what I do as working as part of an enterprise. The part that does come out, I think, in one of the ways that organic growth can happen a lot more naturally at a large org is looking at it, very often this does come down, from the top. It is a CTO thing. Working in observability now, you deal with that a lot where, you're sort of in talking to a team and it really is this thing that the CTO just said you were all doing and nobody has a choice. But thinking about it as a growth opportunity for that team, there are not great cloud engineers, or not great serverless engineers or Kubernetes engineers available to get hired. So the way that you build that competency within your team is to let people grow into those roles. And that also admits that it's not something you can just get done this quarter, right? That, instead of saying, oh, we hired a few Kubernetes experts and yeah, exactly, like they work in Slovakia and they report right to the CTO and whatever, is, well, we're taking people who are maybe Java experts or bare metal experts and we're giving them development tools, and we're all signed up for a cloud guru, and we're doing these things and we're growing into that ability. That means, hey, in 2022, we are going to be a really great, cloud operation shop, which is harder to sell at the board meeting. It's harder to get that to pump your stock price, but it is a very real way to actually get there.
Absolutely. There's this tension between the short-term goals and the long-term goals. And here we are really, really speaking DevOps. What comes out of all of the interaction here is about this long-term perspective. This is, I think, very important. Aubrey, let me ask you something. We were talking when we were preparing this session, you mentioned about not only about regulation, but as well about the contrast between closed source and open source code. How does this benefit or detriment the implementations of DevOps, the choice of one platform versus the other? How do you see things?
It's quite interesting. So like having just done a very heritage C# 11 years of code with VB mixed in there sort of gig, it was a really stark reminder of the amount of generated code that Microsoft ecosystem has, the amount of config files that are baked into repositories, the amount of bad practice that is genetic to the way that code works. It's sort of built in there, and it's very difficult to remove it because that way of working was canon for a while. And I think when you go to the Node.js world, even the way that you test is very different. If we all probably remember Microsoft n-tier architecture, and it's whoever replaced the database, no one ever did it, right? So we wasted this whole tier of interchangeability to swap a database out that never happened. There's a lot of boilerplate stuff in there. And I think about how I code Node, and Node is just such a beautiful, elegant, straightforward way of writing stuff. And then beautiful black box tests as well, where you just swap out a module and just start manipulating all the upstreams to go and walk your code. It's such an elegant way of testing, and it's so quick, and it's so interesting the moment that people have the aha moment, oh wow, you can package something as a container and just throw it out and it will start working, and oh, you can write your infrastructure as code, and all these little aha moments that are very easy on open source, but obviously if you're coming from that very, very heritage enterprise background of like the Microsoft ecosystem, this stuff is it's not native to you at all. And it's not like the way of working. These people are used to like sharing things between each other to get projects to work. Whereas I'm used to baking into everything into RC files so that when I navigate to the directory, it just magically works. There are very different rules to working on these projects. And I think we're very geared up for it on the open source world. And I think Microsoft have made significant changes on their side to make this much more accessible. But I think, if you look at the clouds, like there's another really good one we spoke out as preparing for this, that when you look at Azure, like it takes you less than 5 minutes to spin up an AKS cluster, but it's very insecure by default, but it's super accessible if you're an enterprise person going, how do I learn K8s? Whereas if you go to AWS and you try and spin up like an EKS cluster, like you will take some time to go and do this. And there is a lot of Terraform to go and write and get that stuff running. And there's a reason for that. It's far more secure by default. So I think like there are different entry points to these clouds. And I think that folks that are used to open source and cobbling together are, going to have a much better time with AWS. So I think that, Azure is very accessible for folks coming from that Microsoft background with a lot of, the boilerplate stuff, and they will happily walk you through it. And I think even if you look at Azure DevOps, like that build system is it gives you the option of doing things in the browser and storing your config there, or doing things declaratively in code and storing it with your code. And that's very interesting that those two models still exist, and they're very compatible with folks from that background and folks from a more modern background.
That's right. That's right. And what could we say? What could any of you three say to our poor mainframe developers who are trying to apply DevOps principles? Greg, for example, what could you say about the subject?
Well, on this open source thing, and what I do see today is that open source versus cloud PaaS is mainly a consideration around portability and what components can scale and be more resilient. So basically, open source is there to stay. Everybody relies on open source code for maybe 70% of what they put in their containers or VMs. And there comes the question about, should I do database or should I just use RDS because I will get scale, I will get resiliency, and I will get geographic spread that I cannot achieve. So it's going to be a choice of where should I focus on maintaining my own IPR, intellectual property, in my containers leveraging open source, and what are those components where I'm not creating value by maintaining them myself, that actually I will get a much better level of service and scale doing it through cloud PaaS. So portability versus scale and resiliency, and focusing your skills on where it matters most. I think this is what I do see right now.
Very good, very good. And this brings the question as well in terms of management. How do you get the buy-in from, let's say, Greg, you mentioned about starting from the top, like many of these initiatives start from the top. What about the middle management? How about cost considerations regarding DevOps? What are your thoughts about that? For example, I don't know, Nochnika?
I mean, this is a real issue. It's getting that sort of middle layer in can be a real question, especially if you have big concerns about efficiency and cost efficiency. So often at the sort of engineering layer, at the sharp end of the spear, you really can sell it as, hey, you're a great mainframe developer, but we're gonna build you into cloud developer, and that's very appealing because it's personal development. But saying, hey, we have these new cost controls, we have these new permissions and other controls, and we want you to sell that from a middle management standpoint, that can be more difficult. I think that you really do have to treat these migrations, and we're coming to see this understanding. We're seeing it in many large orgs recently that they treat these internal migrations as a marketing problem, as we have to get people excited about this transition, because just coming in and saying, hey, we're using this new tool set now is often not terribly effective. So I think some thought about, gathering some success stories to try and share within your team to say, hey, here's how this, other org made this transition, having sort of pilot teams go in and share out to the larger group, that really, really can help to get that translated across.
Very good. And in the same line of reasoning, we have another very good question from the audience regarding company size. So we go back to this theme of company size, but it goes more into the business side about what is the golden line between actual profit and penalties? Or if I understand this question well, is where's the point? Where have you seen the point where actual benefits, financial benefits, come into play after an implementation of DevOps in the more successful cases? I'm going to ask the inverse question about the losses. But let's start with the good news. Who would like to start?
Yeah,
Very
I
good.
can speak.
Greg, go
on. The day I joined my previous role as a CTO, the first day I was there, I was in front of the largest customer of the company, who insulted me for 2 hours and threatened to leave us. And the case was incredibly poor quality, many outages, and inability to innovate fast. So we were just losing ground. So the case for change was very clear, and DevOps has been for us a way that we have entirely changed our innovation cycle with customers, which has not only retained customers, but acquired new customers and entirely changed our ability to customize, bring tailored code and tailored solution to customers. So definitely, if you move to DevOps, you just change your innovation engine with customers. And with that, you bring also more quality and performance.
Exactly. And
so that's the good news.
That's the good news. But I would like to ask the question that may be heard. What is the social cost? Was there turnover, burnout? Were there some problems like that in this implementation?
Well, you have to make decisions as a CTO, right? And there are a few people in each organization that you have to agree will not make the journey or will take too long to make the journey. The vast majority will make the journey. And you also have to decide what kind of experience, blood, energy you need to bring in. And sometimes you need to bootstrap your program. If you have a compelling case for change, you need to find a few people who have done it before in a successful way and who are going to bring the energy, the know-how, not the dogma, but the know-how. How do you make those things happen? And then you get the cogs in motion and you get rolling. But I agree with Aubrey. I've got a lot of faith in the fact that a lot of people can learn if you give them the time and the case for change.
And speaking about Aubrey, what is your experience about successful DevOps implementations? What can you tell us about it? What is the things that you've seen that told you this is going well, we're doing the right thing? What would be that, for example?
I think, again, depending on the organization you're working for, there's a big shift in execution model. So if you look at we've adopted the Adam Smith economic model, which is that you have one person do something super well and you move them down the assembly line and the next person does the next thing really well. And organizations work a lot like that. There used to be these concepts of development centers, and you would have a distinct build world and run world, and folks in the build world would build these applications and they would get handed over for their 5-year life cycle in the run world. And so this is why you have things like the enterprise command center, and lots of enterprises have this concept of end-to-end monitoring throughout the enterprise, and they're very wedded to that. And there are people that are in that position who really don't want to leave that position. Whereas, when you come from a DevOps background, you're very much like, yes, I would like to run the thing that I've built because I'm going to understand my customers. I'm going to understand how to get better. And I'm going to have that constant feedback loop. And that's super great. And I think there are some compromises to be made on how that can work while also supporting the ECC in its current form, because I think, there are really good reasons for those to exist. So if you look at most common enterprise command centers, they are watching social media for, the next bank outage, because most of the newspapers have an article ready to run about every single bank for every outage that they have. So they're watching social media, and they have a particular job to go and do as well. So as well as monitoring the whole of the application stack and everything from, your payment cycle and clearance cycle on the old fashioned mainframes, they are monitoring everything and want to be able to say, that's exactly who I need to call and where. We come from a very different, I think, domain monitoring background, where it's like, this is our domain, and I will know if I have a problem because I have tests to go and reach into this part of the thing that my product connects to, and I'll know if it's them or I know if it's us, and we'll pick up the phone to those folks. It's a big model change, and I think I think it's challenging, but there definitely is value in it. I think it can be successful. I've seen it be successful. I think the challenge you have is doing it at scale. And I think, I talked about this in a recent video, not creating the digital annex, which is like probably the worst thing you can go and do. You create this iceberg, it floats away from the main organization. It runs again without those governance and control framework cycles. And so, when it sort of floats back to the main organization, it's treated almost like cancer, and it's attacked immediately by antibodies and rejected as something different, and you get the not made here connotation. And that's not what you want. You need to build in that feedback cycle to the main organization to be accepted.
Exactly. So that brings me to the thought of the famous paper, No Silver Bullet. So we know that things have a limit. We know that DevOps will reach its limits at some point. Maybe we are reaching them right now. We are seeing, in spite of all the best effort we can put on DevOps implementations, we can see the shortcomings. What would be, or what have been, in your opinion, those shortcomings? What are the early signs that you've got to go back to the drawing board? What would it be? Who would like to start this? Maybe Noshnika? Maybe
when we were talking about success stories and sort of the growing pains of moving into a new model, I had a group I was working with, so this isn't from inside my own team, but they said, we've seen some of this where we really dived very, very deep into DevOps. We've had a lot of successes, but also some things that didn't go great. And so this is a low regulation area, so we're trying to empower their engineers to, build into a new space. And, they had some, new people coming on, very excited to use these tools, which was great. These were people who were kind of new to the industry and excited to do it. And given pretty limited, powers within their AWS account, of course, but given nice, serverless framework, tools to deploy. And so one of them was building something, I believe it was around email notification, and just ended up, because they were new, writing some code that did kind of would call another event within the same stack. And so as you got in a single request, this Lambda would call and start other Lambdas recursively. And because they were using serverless framework, and the default serverless framework Lambda instance is a maxed out instance with the most memory available, that was a case where someone noticed, hey, this doesn't look right, 3 hours later, and they had a $10,000 bill because it was maxing out their number of Lambda instances. Oh, and it brought the service down too, because it other things that would have created new Lambda instances weren't able to because this thing was maxing them out. And the real concern, this was, the leader of this team was a really, really smart guy. And he said, the real concern I have about this incident is not about all this money, which is the problem, but much more that this will get out to the group and people will learn not to experiment and not to do new things. And he really had to take the time to explain, this was a series of mess ups, and mainly this was a mess up of how their governance was happening from the top, and that not to socialize out, like, be afraid, everyone, and stop doing these little, because this was a cool little service. And, a person who'd been on for a year and a half and had been a developer for 3 years was going to deliver something really, killer to the customer. Right. So this was, there was great opportunity and the danger was there, but they needed to not, overemphasize that danger.
Exactly. So there's definitely a financial thing to consider as well regarding cloud services. I'm looking at the questions while we move forward. Yes, Greg, go on. You have something to say.
Yeah, I wanted to say on some of the things I've seen go a bit too far in a number of teams that we work with. DevOps leads into some level of fragmentation, potentially. People getting crazy about microservices and over-engineering this way too much. Fragmentation of tooling, each team going for their own frameworks, for their own monitoring tools, for their own CI/CD. And the risk is that I get a lot of CTOs telling me, Greg, I think I'm losing control and I'm losing the benefit of an end-to-end view. So what are those right trade-offs that you need to revisit between empowering your teams to make their own decisions, but at what stage do you also ensure some level of standardization, cross-team sharing? So how do you manage your guild, your squads, your tribes in a way that you ensure that you still steer towards consistency and a shared goal so that you get the economies of scale? And that's very important. And I do see a lot of teams reaching those points of growth where they say, well, I'm not getting the benefits anymore. Something doesn't work. Too much
Interesting,
fragmentation.
because we've seen quite a few words that are words to watch out regarding DevOps in general in this conversation. First of all, there was the word culture. You mentioned, Greg, a lot about the change of culture in the enterprise. Regulation, as Aubrey has mentioned, the economic factor, as Nochnika mentioned. There's another question that came from the audience that I think is very, very interesting, because it reflects, I think, the situation of many teams. And for me, it's a telling question, because sometimes we associate immediately DevOps with the cloud. And I come from a background, I've been doing mobile apps for a long time. So the cloud was a big thing that was out there, and we put APIs in it. That was pretty much everything we knew about it. But mobile clearly can also benefit from DevOps, like many other types of software development. Scientific software development could benefit from DevOps as well, and so on. And one of the questions that we have here is a very simple one. In a team company of 10 or 11 dev/UX designers, could we apply these principles? Very incredible. We have a small agency somewhere in the world struggling to get software out of the door. What could we say to them? Who would like to start? Maybe Aubrey?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's for everybody, right? And it's not just limited to cloud. I mean, we do this on-prem, and there is, your hybrid blends of setups as well between the cloud and on-prem. I've heard of folks doing this with mainframes. So it's not limited to just the cloud. I think in terms of accessibility, I'll look for your easy wins. So, if it is deploying software, containerization is an easy step that you can go and take. There are plenty of platforms out there that now commoditize things like Kubernetes. So you only have to think really about what you want to deploy and how you want to expose it, which is really great, because K8s is not something that you want to adopt if you're a small house. And to be honest, even I think larger scale banks and organizations are finding out that they don't want to go and run this at scale. I know firsthand that running Kubernetes is a daily, hourly moving target. Which is, it's driven by an external cadence that you can't control, which is security. And there are vulnerabilities so quickly these days that you spend so much more resource on maintaining that I would probably not go and chase that right now. I'd wait for folks to invest and commoditize it for you and let them take the pain and then take the easy road afterwards. But for smaller shops, like, just, what are you trying to achieve? I think containerization is still a very robust, fantastic way of doing something, and it's not too far from probably where people are currently. And then your next step is maybe looking at serverless, but I think containerization is that short, easy, robust step that's probably your first one.
Interesting. First step, containerization. What would you say, Greg?
On my side, I'll take my New Relic hat by saying that too many teams that try to do DevOps, or for that matter, anything else, are lacking the discipline of measuring. DevOps is all about continuous improvement. So it's about measuring, baselining, improving. And that applies to cloud, to on-prem, to mobile, to anything. You set the baseline performance, your error budgets, your performance, your response time, your crashes, and the next release, you will measure and you will ensure that it's better than the previous one. If it's not, you just roll back, you just abandon it. You have not done your job. So that discipline of continuous validation and monitoring, and the baselining of what should the performance be for your teams and your product, is a DevOps characteristics that applies just all across the business.
Which is very agile, because it looks to me as well like those teams refining their estimation in story points after every sprint and getting better and better and better at the exercise. It reminds me of that somehow.
Too many teams feel that they focus on the technical side of the CI/CD and the tools and the frameworks and the technology. But DevOps is about, what do I deliver to the business that is going to be better tomorrow and the next release than what we have right now? And how do I prevent outages that we have? How do I automate things so that I self-remediate? So it's all about the continuous improvement, which requires that you understand your stack, you measure it, you baseline it, and then you improve it.
That's right. And Nochnika, what would you say to this small team of designers and developers somewhere in the world?
It's pretty simple. I'd say, democratization is the key here, that small teams can somehow have worse siloing than, you know, a very large organization. That, you know, just asking yourself the simple question, you know, hey, is there one person where she's the one who goes to everyone's desk every time they need to do anything with Docker, right? You know, is there one person who has to fix every single GitHub issue, you know, problem with Git, right? You know, that's of course that's going to happen sometimes, but DevOps is about looking at those things and saying, hey, can we take a little slower step for a week or two as we get everybody up to speed on this, and then increase our velocity on the team, right? So, you know, a classic one might be, can we get all of our content people and all of our design people able to deploy to the marketing site, right? Can we get to that level of, and that might mean that the tools that we like to use that required Git and required a few other things are not going to work. And so you need to look at how we retool to get that to happen. And so that I think is the step. That's, you know, the, like, you know, peace begins at home, you know, revolution begins at home. Like that's the place to start.
Fantastic. Well, we are almost at the end of the session. We only have 3 minutes. So I'm going to ask each one of you to one final thought, one final advice or opinion on the subject that you would like to give the audience before we finish. So I will start with Greg.
Right. So as I mentioned, it's a cycle, right? And it's about your target architectures, whether it's cloud, serverless, containers, whatever. It's about your DevOps processes, and it's about continuous validation. And I think that what I'm seeing more and more successful DevOps team do as well, it's to make sure that they continuously manage their processes and their technical debt, sometimes by doing Friday, there's no feature developed. There's just process improvement, postmortems, improving our tools and processes, looking at our measurements. And that's a strong advice I would give. I see successful teams making room and space in their sprints for technical debt elimination, continuous improvement of their processes and their frameworks. And they are winning with this.
Fantastic advice, something that I've seen in some places and it works beautifully well. Noshnika, what would be your last piece of advice for the audience?
I would say, think about how your team is developing, and always focus on growing that powerful team rather than just building it, buying it, hiring it. You know, you're going to have a lot more success if you're thinking about that growth. I'm going to drop right now because I got my next talk is starting in 1 minute, so I'm going to go. But Aubrey, you've been so great, and I can't wait.
Good luck. Thank you so much.
Recording.
Thank you.
And Aubrey, what would be your last thought before we close this panel?
I would say shoot for organic. So, you know, there are different sizes for different organizations based on different phases of their life cycle. And I would look for that organic growth. I would look for the organic fit. I don't think, you know, you don't always have to seek a management consultancy company to go and teach you how to go and do this stuff. You can do the exploratory work yourself, with the exception of regulated environments. And if you do work in a regulated environment, I would, one, be careful of the digital annex, which is to go and do this in isolation and not create a feedback loop with the main organization, and to not ignore the governance cycle. I think being able to provide robust and healthy challenge to existing control frameworks, existing security governance, you know, some of it may not be fit for purpose, some of it might be outdated. You know, when you have folks that say, you know, we want deep packet inspection over end-to-end encryption, you know, you introduce a fault into the network by doing that, you need some robust challenge. So I think just having this fact-finding, exploratory steel thread that sort of runs through and figures out the path through the organization is really valuable. But obviously you just need to make sure that you don't leave everything to the end, that you've covered the governance cycle, and that, you know, if there's a difference between going live with real customers and going live with enough customers makes something critical or important, that all those things are identified and that you have sort of baked them into, like, this is how long something takes in our organization.
Excellent, great advice. Well, that's, I think we are out of time. So thank you so much, Aubrey, Greg, Noshnika as well. She had to leave a bit earlier. Thanks you so much to all of the people watching. Great questions as well. And thanks WeAreDevs for this opportunity.
My pleasure. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.
So hello, everybody. Welcome back here. I'm Jan. I'm a solutions engineer with New Relic, and I have the pleasure to announce our next speaker, which you actually already know from the previous panel. She's a New Relic developer advocate, Nushnika Fee. She calls herself a serverless mom, and you could say today she will talk about family affairs. Serverless is a powerful new offering from the large cloud providers, and teams who started to adopt serverless discover real problems with team communication and collaboration. Nushnika will show you the techniques and the planning you need to get your teams ready to deliver serverless applications. And probably you know that by now. If you have questions, just go to slide.do, use the code WeAreDevs, and we'll catch up with Q&A at the end of the talk. So please, everybody, welcome Nushnika with her talk, Serverless Can Be Hard to Understand.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. You should be seeing a screen share now. Go ahead and tell us in the question interface if you're not, but I think it's working. I did go ahead and rename this talk as is my wont in the time between proposing it and finalizing the presentation. We're talking about ending the monolith, right? Lessons we've learned from adopting serverless. The thrust is the same, that there are some challenges for real world teams to adopt serverless. And we're going to go over what some of them are and how we get past them. My name again is Nushnika. Nika is fine if you're having trouble pronouncing Nushnika. I work as a dev advocate for New Relic, and I'm on Twitter at Serverless Mom, and I'm on Twitch every week as Nushnika, trying to build some small serverless tools. So, you know, we don't need to do outlining too much, but here's sort of the general key points that, you know, we're trying to go from our monolithic code to microservices. And what we're going to cover is, first of all, I will apologize that this talk is, you know, really just a collection of anecdotes. We're talking about chopping up your problems, handling your biggest issues first, the biggest challenges first, picking the right tools, and how to grow your team and develop your team into being a serverless team. So, starting with, you know, the apologia, this talk is based on my conversations and my own experiences adopting serverless for production environments. So it is really just a collection of tips and points and hints and tricks. And so it doesn't have, you know, I would love to have a nice simple, you know, the world is flat, or, you know, everybody needs to write in Ruby, or the other kind of simple message. The fact is that this is a talk that is based on real world stuff. So it is necessarily a collection of anecdotes. So let's talk about sort of one of the key strategies for actually adopting serverless, and that is to chop up your problems in as small of pieces as possible. So within New Relic, we think about a term called the minimum marketable feature, which is when you're trying to decide with project planning, you know, what is a single unit of work that we're delivering to the user. And, you know, this can happen to any software team, that you sort of sit down and you say, well, okay, I'm going to change how, you know, user data is encoded between the front end and the back end, and that's going to improve latency. Well, you know, if, for example, that latency is not something that the user is really aware of, or is not something that the user has ever reported to you as a problem, it's something that you're aware of, and so you can't really, you know, when you ship it, you can't really market it to anybody, that unit of work is below the size of a minimum marketable feature. So the first piece of chopping up our problems is to say, hey, you know, we need to have something that is an appropriate size, that it qualifies as a feature that's worth telling people about. And it's very important to sort of define those very small features. But even from there, we want to keep chopping a little bit further. Let's think about a very simple feature that we want to do, which is, in this case, we want to tell people that something that they wanted that was out of stock is now back in stock. We want to send them an email. And let's think about, what is the monolith code approach to that? Again, this is just a simple email notification service. I believe that if I walked into a product team where we have a very monolithic, you know, single slab code architecture, and I said, you know, when users have browsed to something that is out of stock, I would like to notify them when it comes back into stock. I believe that you will start to see a little bit of stress in that room, in the monolithic room, because how would we do this what is the monolithic solution for for a new email notification, right? We need to build a service that goes all the way from something in our stock, in our back end, to actually delivering that email to the customer. We're going to involve a few different teams, right? Because maybe we need a UI team to even create these notifications. We need to have, obviously the team that's running the stock, have some kind of worker that's stood up, and we need to do email deliveries. And we're probably going to be a few weeks to release. And so Sheen Bristles at Lego gave this really great quote about this, which I know this is a lot of text to put on the slide, so I'll read it. So, engineers who do not have exposure to microservices may find it difficult to grasp serverless development. Remind them that any complex problem can be tackled bit by bit. So beyond even, obviously this email notification is a small feature, but even from there, we want to keep chopping into individual pieces, right? So, these are some of the pieces I would propose that exist for this kind of notification, right? You have email registration, you have a status check on your products, you have some kind of agent that sends that notification, and you have an email dispatcher. And from here, and only from here, now microservice thinking, I think, can take over, where we can start to say, okay, I can define for each team exactly what I need them to do as part of one of these microservices. So a really great thing I saw on Twitter just today was to say, stop thinking of Lambdas as the basic unit, as serverless function as the basic unit of serverless. Because the fact is that there are going to be many functions for anything to work functionally, right? Your web application framework does not, you don't talk about the individual functions inside that framework, and with good reason. So you really want to think about, as we work with microservice thinking, we want to think about chopping up our problems into little small pieces that can be moved to individual teams. And this probably is, this is probably a request that is going to go to 3 different teams in a large organization. But by doing that separation, now we can start to see chunks of work that actually are deliverable with a microservice serverless architecture. So there are challenges to adopting serverless, and I think it's really important to handle the big challenges first. So changing architecture, changing model is always going to present a number of concerns, and we really want to make sure that we handle our concerns in the correct order. So a friend of mine, Patrick Steger, who's a developer, said this in one of our meetups. He said, I can scale serverless as big as you like. A random 500 error that I can't diagnose, that starts to give me hives. And, when we talk about, obviously, with serverless, most people aren't going to say that scaling is the primary problem. We think of serverless maybe even as scaling seamlessly. But there are problems that people bring up. They say, well, I have concerns about security, I have concerns about cost control. But the fact is that debugging comes out way in the top of almost every conversation of the problems that serverless is actually giving people. So in this case, I really think that this is indicative of the fact that some of the challenges that we're worried about at first about serverless are not as big as the challenges we face in reality. And having some kind of insight into how a stack is performing and how it's functioning these are the things that can get lost as we deliver high speed, high quality serverless code. So let's talk about the things that we might like to have in place in the era of this mystery 500 error that we're getting from something that's a server, that's an endpoint on some kind of serverless architecture. So this chart looks similar to a previous page, and that makes sense because the fact is that we do want to, again, saying, hey, this one endpoint is giving 500s. Well, that doesn't tell us very much, or that's a big mountain of a problem to look at. Let's think about how we're going to chop up that error within a serverless architecture to get some insight into what's going on. And so here's some of the things that we might look for. We might look for saying, hey, do we have error rates on each component? So can we see which components are throwing errors and what those error rates are? And that actually brings us to something that's, we sort of want to see, hey, where is this request stopping? Where is this request getting to and then stopping? And so that's why looking at throughput on sort of our backend components would be a really key piece. So for example, if we have a request that's coming in, going to a Lambda, maybe getting passed to another Lambda, and then going to a database and then getting some kind of response, seeing what is our database throughput is a really key piece, because it often will tell us whether or not we're hitting a problem before or after we hit that database. So you'll often see when you have some random new and frequent error coming in, you'll see that your database throughput has just dropped like a stone, because you're hitting an error before that because of some permissions change or some other issue. And now requests aren't even getting through to the database. So all of the time you might have spent looking at database logs or about errors on the Lambda that's requesting that database, those can probably be put to the side. So frankly, permissions are a complex piece for any cloud serverless tool. So in AWS, the tool is CloudTrail, but otherwise you want to look at what changes have happened to your permissions that happened right before this error. And then obviously, of course, is deployment history and trying to look at what's going on with your, what has changed about your code. I think I have a little bit in here about infrastructure as code in this presentation, but infrastructure as code is a key part of this, is that if we can look at a deployment history for changes to our stack, changes to memory allocation, changes to routing, or just anything else, that's incredibly powerful. So storing your architecture in a template file, like in a CloudFormation template, is a really, really key piece. Yeah, I do talk about that later. Okay, great. So in general, I maybe should have made this text a little bigger even. This is what we're seeing as the sort of order of concerns for people who have adopted serverless. That observability is a bigger problem than complexity, and complexity is a bigger problem than cost. With complexity and cost maybe kind of equal partners and being, real concerns. Most people generally, security and a few other pieces generally come a little later. Again, this is an average of what people are saying, right? There's of course people who have their own quite sharp concerns, but observability, and this is New Relic's observability tool into serverless. Observability is a really, really big piece, and that's kind of what we've been talking about here before, where observability is the amount of time it takes to understand the problem that you have. It's a little bit counterintuitive, because the fact is that yes, when your stuff is running in a cloud environment, something at your hosting service should know everything that's going on in your system. So you really shouldn't. It seems like, oh well, how can observability still be a problem? The fact is that observability can still be a problem because not necessarily that we're not going to have enough data or not have information about something that's running, but that we need to be able to look at that data and figure it out quickly. So this is the fantastic Grafana, Prometheus and Grafana dashboard, giving, you might see the visual similarity that the speed with which we can read and understand a dashboard has a really direct effect on observability. So, a great deal of stuff, for example, is logged within almost any cloud tool. And so just because we have an answer within our logs doesn't mean that we have a solution that is going to resolve this problem right away. And so having an interface that allows us to quickly read and see sort of what's going on our stack and correlate across time. And even in this tiny version, I think, right, we can see very clearly, we can correlate across time to see quickly what time area we're looking for as the source of a particular problem, what was a leading indicator, and what came a little later. So those are really key pieces to delivering real observability, is the speed with which we can read information and process it to get an answer. So let's talk about selecting the right tools and using the tools that we most need to get us to that point to handle these concerns. And this is not a sales pitch, I promise. We're definitely not. We're not really getting into which observability tools to use here. It's a little bit like our deployment tools. So when we talk about infrastructure as code, there are a number of solutions out there. There's Stackery, there's Terraform, there's Serverless Framework. There's a ton of tools out there to build these templates and go out and deliver them. And the fact is that I kind of come back to this, right? And it's the same advice I get from a lot of people who work in serverless, is that it's much more that you should be using some tool than that you need to use the exactly right tool. And so as long as you are storing your infrastructure in some kind of template, you're gonna get there. And whatever tool you use for that templating, whether it's an easy to write template, whether it's a nice visual editor that creates those templates, that kind of thing. The fact is that having some ability to look at like a commit history on that, the changes to those templates, it's going to be so key. Okay, so one moment while I think about the fact that there's a piece missing from this presentation and make sure that I put it back right after this call. Cool. I will put it back. So getting back to it. So another component that is really, really key is adding some structure to your logs and other records of what's going on. So this is a really, really key piece where having structured logging can make your life so much easier when you're trying to analyze a problem that you weren't expecting a little later down the line. Structured logging is a general concept. We'll think about it as having some kind of object that we're passing around for logging, rather than simply sort of dumping a log line about the current state. And you want it to be in a format that you can later parse so that you can do some kind of searching and object understanding through that stack. There's a lot of good advice out there about the best way to run, the best way to perform this kind of logging and the best way to run these kinds of templates. But again, really the most significant piece of advice that I can give is you really want to be using some kind of tool for structured logging and some kind of model for structured logging, rather than just sort of not doing it at all. There's one slide that I've lost from this that I want to show. So I'm gonna just, what am I gonna do to get that back? It must have been some kind of change over here. I'm just going to go through it verbally. I'm sorry I don't have a nice little visual piece to cover about this, which is that there are some problems that are raised we talk about the ordering of concerns about serverless that have been raised pretty frequently in the past that I do not think are that applicable to the current landscape of like serverless on AWS especially. So those are in general cold starts. The issue that, when you send a new request to a serverless compute function, it can take a while for it to start the first time. And in general, so distributed provision concurrency has largely resolved that issue if you're dealing with cold starts frequently. Another question that's come up a little bit is the routing of requests through a big, or so some people say like a super Lambda or fat Lambda, and having Lambdas call other Lambdas. Very often that is being done because the issue is that we need to do some kind of smart routing of requests and events. So events are coming in and we need to look and examine them and send them to the right place. And our gateways previously couldn't really have any logic with them. But EventBridge has really covered that issue within AWS. So you can now make that kind of template upload to say, hey, here's what I want to do for this type of event, and do some smarter routing. And the last one is VPC interface slowdown, which, since I don't have the slide, isn't going to make any sense. So I'm not going to talk about that. Okay, so on to things I do have slides for. I guess I must have hit the delete button while I was editing this morning, but now I have the rest of my slides, so we're fine. So, let's talk about growing your team and creating the team that can do this kind of work. So we've all seen these kinds of job listings before. Let's say, where the requests being made are a little bit unrealistic. But I think that, not only do you, literally see job listings that request that you have more experience with something that it's ever been around, but I think the fact is that this actually speaks to an ethos that is problematic in the serverless world and kind of in the cloud architecture world, which is it's a desire to go out and buy the expertise that you need for this area. And the fact is that when serverless first came out, just like with Kubernetes, there weren't that many people who were interested in it. The people who got really good at it and focused on it are all being paid a mint of money every week. Someone's thrown a truckload of money up to their house. And there's not a lot of serverless architecture people out there like desperately looking for work. So, if you're trying to just hire these people to bring you that expertise, it's not going to be that successful. And even if you could, even if money was no object and you could bring in whoever and they were, all happy to work for you because you're such a great brand, the fact is that you'd still have one expert inside your team that was not having the real connection that they needed to that technology. So the fact is that great serverless teams right now are always going to be serverless teams that you've hired, that you've grown and not hired. And the three components of that, and this, by the way, is an idea from Sheen Brisal's at Lego, which I absolutely love and sort of put into every talk, is first of all, you have to find your seeds. And your seeds can be very experienced people who have really, really, great competence and are looking to expand, or they can be people who love to innovate and love to work with new stuff and maybe have a lower level of experience. Both of those can be very useful to you. One will leverage their expertise from other areas into this, and the other doesn't have a lot of stuff to unlearn. And so they can be really, really solid. Then you have to give people the soil and the resources that they need. So, obviously in serverless architecture, billing is going to be variable, and you need to give your team the kind of cover and the kind of control that they need so that they're not constantly in fear of running up a $50 bill and suddenly getting in trouble with, AR. So that's absolutely worth noting. And then the last is sunlight. You have to give both praise when things go well, and you have to give insight and some honesty when things do not go as well, and share that information within your team. Really, this is just an extension of the DevOps ethos that you have to be sharing that kind of role and status information. And you have to create people who are empowered both to write and read the code that you're doing and to deploy it and to deliver it out to your users. And so that means that information has to be shared, and that highly siloed, specialized people are not going to work as well inside that environment. Okay, that's my set talk. Again, my name is Noshnika. You can find me on Twitter at ServerlessMom. And you'll see me on Twitch later this afternoon, probably afternoon my time. I'm on the west coast of the US, at Noshnika without the diacritical and so therefore with a T. But yeah, let's open it up, Jan, for questions. And yeah, do our Q&A.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that interesting talk. So we have 3 questions. The first one is with the highest rating actually is hello. So hello back.
Hello.
So the second question is from Leia. She asked, is it optimal to create whole applications in serverless, or is it only suitable for unstable, less frequent workloads?
That's a great question. So in general, we have seen there really shouldn't be a type of task in like web applications where we'd say serverless is just not the right tool for that at all. We should be able to use serverless for complete applications. Obviously, we need to use, oh, excuse me, I'm gonna drink a little bit of water. So serverless compute, like AWS Lambda, is a stateless event-driven tool. So obviously, if we need to have persistent user data, we have to tie in other components. But of course, there are serverless data stores and serverless object stores. There's even serverless block storage with EBS now. So you have the tools that you need serverlessly to store your data and respond. It is absolutely doable if you're sort of wanting to dip a toe into serverless, as most teams are, to say, hey, let's look for these infrequently used things, especially, the thing that is the best, candidate for a serverless architecture is, we're paying to keep this mainframe up all the time. It runs a few times a day, and doesn't do anything particularly heavy. That really is, and I've seen these situations where somebody's maybe paying $500, $5,000 a month, and now it's going to be $5 a month to run that same service, right? So fantastic changeover. But yeah, definitely people are delivering huge, even very complex tools, with a serverless architecture. In general, they will be having many compute functions, right? They will not have a single compute function that's doing all of that stuff. So it is a rewrite. So if you have a bunch of working web application code, you need to think carefully about what it is you're really doing if you're adopting serverless. So you're saying, hey, what are these additional microservices that I can add to that stack?
Yeah, and I guess also like technology will advance. Also learning how to work with serverless functions will advance over time. And actually that brings us to the next question. What will come after serverless? That's a very interesting one.
Yeah. So, I pulled a slide from here that I sort of normally have in my talk and say, what is serverless, right? Is serverless these AWS Lambda functions, right? And the answer to that is no. Serverless there's like Agile or DevOps or one of these other terms. Serverless is an idea that you're approaching, which is that you're saying the work that does not differentiate my business and my team, I will hand off to a vendor and I will do work that does differentiate. Now, I would say like serverless has been something that we have been approaching for decades, right? For decades, people have said, we, the vendor, will handle your concerns and you will focus on business problems. And serverless usually is a pretty extreme version of that coming to fruition, right? Something that Kelsey Hightower asked a couple months ago is he said, everyone here, this is back in the before times when we had in-person conferences, everyone here raise your hand if you used to configure email servers. And now keep your hand up if you're still doing it, right? And so, the fact is that you probably are not at a company right now that says, what makes us different, what makes us great as a company is that we're so good at configuring email services. And most people are not saying, oh, well, we're going to go back to configuring email services again real soon, right? So the fact is that what Jan Kui calls arbitrary heavy lifting does remain in the past. And we don't usually go back to a state where we as a tech org are going to be using that stuff again. So what comes after things like serverless compute functions is probably some kind of frameworking where we can more easily define our business needs and then create those solutions to those business needs with very, very adaptive controls about how scaling is supposed to work in those situations. I would say it is not certain, not everything will be done serverlessly, because there will be many, many times when working on your architecture yourself is an extremely powerful tool that does differentiate you from the people who are your competitors in the market. A really good example of that is that, one of the EC2 instances that's available now from AWS, one of the virtual machines, is an FPGA virtual machine where you do a field programmable gate array where you are able to go in and control the architecture of that processor hardware. Now, that's almost like the polar opposite of serverless, right? You're going in and saying, okay, I want these individual switches within my CPU to work in the following pattern, right? So there's always going to be a space for there to be that kind of, frankly, the most extreme version of bare metal configuration, right? Now, that's happening in a cloud environment. It's happening inside a virtual machine. But that doesn't mean that there's not, a role for those people. So when someone says, oh, serverless is just hiding the complexity of servers, that's true because your team is not going to differentiate on how well you run web servers, right? If your company sells shoes that look like ducks, you're just not going to have your stock price jump because you're getting so good at making web servers. So the fact is that you have to talk about things that you actually have as your business needs. And yeah, so serverless, I guess my answer is like, AWS S3 was serverless to begin with, and serverless will continue to sort of march through many of these things. And when you have that feeling of like,
God, you know, everybody faces these authentication problems. Everyone faces these configuration problems. Everyone faces these problems. In general, serverless will sort of come to swallow the problems that can readily be handled by your vendor and really shouldn't be a concern for your engineering team.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that answer. Let's jump to the next question. Niki, I'm sorry if I don't get the name right, but is asking, I'm studying to making transition into DevOps, so certified solution architects and so on. Is this the right way to do the transition?
Yes, in part, yes. So, you know, I'm working on, as we all are, more AWS certs, as we all do. In general, because, right, the value of AWS certs are quite high because they're delivered directly by AWS. You know, as you get into that material, you will sort of notice that this is really about selling AWS within your own organization, right? That it's about, they're trying to make, those certs are trying to make sure that when there's a meeting and someone says, I don't know, you know, using that one, you know, S3 type will, you know, it'll really run up costs and we only use this occasionally. It's about preparing you to say, like, actually, we could use Glacier for that, right? That's what that cert is about. So if it's within an org, if you're already inside that org and you want to sort of move over to a team that's using AWS more, the certs are great. If you're trying to, if you're like, maybe you finished a boot camp, you've done some web development and you're trying to you know, get a first role or a second role that's more AWS focused, in that case, you have to take the time to do some hands-on work to get to the point where you're feeling ready. Now, I'll say that, you know, A Cloud Guru has hands-on labs now that can help you get some of that exposure. But it is also a really good idea to check out a couple of basic tutorials on like running a first Lambda, running a few things within a serverless architecture. Those are going to feel weird because, you know, again, I'm speaking to a theoretical person who did a boot camp and now they're trying to, you know, break into this stuff. Those kinds of processes are going to feel weird because, you know, when you're running a single service for yourself and you're the only user who's ever going to touch it, right? Having to configure a bunch of IAM permissions feels quite odd, but you just have to remember that you're prepping yourself to do this when you'll need it for a team, right? And prepping for the cert can often give you that context of like, why would someone need to do this? You know? So that when you're running your first virtual machine on AWS EC2 and you see the like 50 kinds of instance types, doing that cert studying will give you the context to be like, this is why these all exist.
Yeah, indeed, I can totally relate to that. Is it myself? So let's go on with the questions. Well, nice way to end this week. You rock. That's not a question.
Thanks so much.
Just transport it to you. What's the role of serverless when it comes to mobile? Will it change in the coming years?
So, yeah, great question. You do see a couple of mobile companies that are using serverless to handle, you know, events as they come in. And my understanding is that, you know, for your service side, right, serverless is just as applicable as sort of any other standard web application solution to handle that data and responses. And, you know, because we often do see like sudden, you know, explosions in usage, you know, that is fairly applicable, right? The very smooth scaling of serverless architecture means that, you know, if you have your application or what have you that suddenly sees a big spike in usage, that's going to be pretty key. So, you know, in those ways, I would say, you know, mainly it's going to be, now maybe this is my lack of experience, but my experience is going to be, you know, it's going to be as applicable as any other piece of sort of the web application side of running mobile. I would say, in general, it is not serverless that unlocks the sort of large server experience. So sort of what I'm thinking about, what sort of reminds me of is for this great article on Google Stadia, which said it's very strange that Stadia does not do what it could do. So it's very strange that since everybody's, you know, getting all their video data from a single server, it's very strange that sort of when Google Stadia launched, that you couldn't hop on and be playing Grand Theft Auto with 50 of your friends, right? Which something currently is impossible, but if you're using Stadia, it should be totally possible, right? You're playing Red Dead Redemption and 130 real users as cowboys are all playing with you all at once, right? That should be totally doable. So, definitely in mobile, you do see people kind of hitting those problems and trying to come up with solutions that allow them to orchestrate very large numbers of users simultaneously. That's not super applicable to the serverless side, right? Because serverless is extremely event driven. And so that's really more applicable to like a large virtual machine. So, that's kind of my answer. That frankly, it's like a ton of really neat virtual machine stuff is often more appealing to some of the cutting edge mobile that I see. But yeah, for sure, if you're trying to run, what most mobile experiences are, which is a front end to some kind of web application, then yeah, serverless is going to be a great tool for you, and it's going to let you start very, very small, right? It's going to let you say, well, we'll see if this takes off and gets usage, and if it doesn't, then we're going to pay $1 to run it, which is pretty fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it's all about like choosing the right technology and the right base for the right problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's not a single solution which fits every case.
Yeah, and I think I'd have to know like more about the challenges that mobile in general faces right now, which to be honest, I don't. To say like, here's exactly how I think serverless could help solve those.
So we have 2 more questions in the pipeline, and I think we have plenty of time to answer them. Is Red Hat OpenShift being adopted by many companies for container orchestration? Not necessarily a serverless question, but
I don't know. I have a sort of standard thing that I bring up. I don't think have it in my pocket to show, but containerization and serverless are often kind of spoken about in the same breath. Often like a term like cloud operations is sort of used to cover them both. And I end up speaking at a lot of the places that Ian Coldwater speaks, where it's like, we're gonna have her talk about serverless, we're gonna have them talk about containers, right? But that's a little bit funny because they really could not be more different, right? Containerization is very much, especially with container orchestration, is very much about you differentiating based on your ability to manage servers. And so if you need to deliver extremely high performance or extremely compliant performance, and you want to try to sort of beat AWS at their own game, then containerization and especially orchestration are for you. Like Kubernetes is for you. If you explicitly do not think that you can do that better than a cloud provider, then serverless is for you. I think of the fact that like I saw a bunch of Kubernetes people sharing like, oh my gosh, I love this chart. It makes it so simple. When one of your containers is responding, here's what to do. And it's this flow chart that has, I swear to God, 200 nodes on it. It's like, check this, then check over here, then do this, then go, I'm like, this all just feels like the opposite of what serverless is like, right? Serverless, you're spending a lot of your time just writing code and expecting that it's going to scale just fine. So yeah, they really are, they're very, very different. So yeah, great question, no idea.
Okay, so then the last one, that's an interesting one. Can Fargate be considered as serverless?
Yeah, so a great question. If we say, hey, what you're doing is, what serverless is it's passing these concerns off onto the vendor, and serverless as a sort of buzzword refers to like, hey, you don't have to configure the server that is hosting this thing, then really there's only a couple of AWS services that are not serverless, right? And only if you're, for example, doing your database level configuration, then that's serverful, right? Or if you're running EC2, then that is, but otherwise not. So a lot of things, Fargate, obviously API Gateway, S3, DynamoDB, right? These are all serverless tools, right? So yeah, so that's the answer to the question. Yeah, a large number, in fact, the majority of AWS services are in fact serverless.
Okay, then I would say we are done with the questions.
Yeah, those are great questions. Oh my gosh, everybody was so engaged. That's fantastic.
Oh yeah.
It's the end of the week. We're supposed to all be sleepy. This is good.
well, it's the start of the day for you.
Yeah.
Here in Europe, I think we can now close the day. Had a couple of pretty interesting talks and sessions. So somebody's writing awesome to the Slido. That's the only mean of communication back to us, obviously. Well, we also have a chat here in Zoom. Just don't forget that.
Thank you so much for joining, everybody. This was a fantastic session, and yeah, we look forward to. I'll be speaking at last couple of plugs. I'm on Twitch every Tuesday. I cannot relate that over to European time, but if you go and follow me over at Serverless Mom on Twitter, you'll see notifications when I'm about to start streaming. I'm also going to be speaking at reInvent this year. It'll be kind of similar to this talk. This was frankly was a dry run for reInvent, and it went good. I'm glad that you all enjoyed it. So yeah, I'll be talking about serverless and serverless strategy at reInvent next month.
Cool. I will join there. So thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
Stefan, I don't know whether you want to come in again. Otherwise, yeah, here you
Thanks again, Jan. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So, thank you, Jan. This was the end of this ginormous week. Second edition of the WeAreDevelopers Live Week, as we could see a lot of topics going on, and the whole week was in partnership with Digital Switzerland. We were powered by Helvetia, and today was hosted by the one and only New Relic,
Exactly.
a company I'm following since, I think, close to when it was formed. Oh, look, and here's Thomas. Thomas was, well, now he's gone. Okay, yeah, he's intimidated. Maybe we can get the whole team on here and then wave a last bye-bye. By the way, for all of you who are watching and listening, we will be back in November for some mobility specialities. And we will be back with another live week in December, not to say on the 30th of November earliest. And hopefully until the 4th of December, we hope to see a lot of you back again. Also, our new friends at New Relic, I hope we can see you then too. Will you watch, Jan?
For sure.
Ah, perfect.
I also watched the week, so it was really nice. Thanks for organizing it.
You're welcome. So, and just because most of the time you do, or most of the people who are watching, you are not meeting the people who are part of this team. Wait, this is Jan. Yeah, he is not part of WeAreDevelopers, but he is part of New Relic, and today he helped us out. And now I have to, it's always a different direction. This is Gary. Gary is the event guy and the guy who makes sure that we are not thirsty and we keep to our task items. Okay. And this one, yeah, this long person here, this is Thomas. This is one of the possibilities. You can see him on screen. Usually he's like cut off and it looks like this. And you just see his, yeah, exactly like this. Because, yeah, he's actually a cloud computing device, his brain, yeah? So because it's like high up. And this nice lady is Vessi. Yeah, exactly. Ah, look, here in the background you can also see. Oh, I hate this when these cameras are mirrored. She's the speaker manager and she's making sure that everybody is there and that everybody is, yeah, taken care of. And then there's the one lady who doesn't want to turn on her camera. Gary points at her. Wait, this direction. No. Yeah, over there. That's Claudia. Claudia makes sure that there is no craziness in the Slido questions and that the code of conduct is kept. And that being said, thank you to all our sponsors. Thank you to you especially because we make this program for you. I hope that we will see one or the other of you live on stage. It's way easier since we are in this digital format because the only thing you need is a very good story to tell and an internet connection would also help. But you know that. So that being said, also thank you to our boss who sponsored us a bottle of something nice so that we can also celebrate that nothing really went wrong this week. But you know, you program software and the bugs come, so I do not have to tell you. So that being said, thank you. See you all in, yeah, hopefully soon. But here. Bye. Cheers.
Cheers.
Bye. Bye. what are you still doing here? Now it's time to turn off the lights and go home.